Welcome back to another episode of Collector's Quest. I'm Tyler here with Johnny. Johnny, what's going on?
Not much, Tyler. I've been enjoying Star Wars Day. I know people aren't going to be able to tell, but it's May the 4th. And it wasn't always Star Wars Day. Like, the original Star Wars movies came out in May. And so it's nice that May the 4th lines up, but they were later Mays because it was just like summer movies after Labor Day and stuff. Or Memorial Day. Sorry, Memorial Day? Yeah, it's Memorial Day. And, so I think like the original Star Wars was like May 27th, but this has just become like de facto Star Wars time, and that's nice. I did Star Wars stuff. What about you?
Johnny, I'm looking at my coffee cup right here. It's plain and black. How do you think that I feel about fun holidays like March 10th being Mario Day or May the 4th be with you? You think I really like those holidays?
No, you hate them because you aren't fun. Did you see I posted a video on IG? That's a joke because I know you definitely didn't.
Yes, no, I didn't see that, Johnny. What did you post?
I did post it on the Discord.
Some cool Star Wars games. Oh, did you?
No, they made blue milk.
Oh, gross. I don't know.
So, I mean, do you know about blue milk in Star Wars?
There's some blue milk, and you get it from the big ugly furry things. And that's green milk, and that's. What are you telling me that the sequel trilogy milk is a different milk?
Yes, that's green milk.
Which one am I? What am I drinking in Disney World?
Okay, they have blue milk and they have the green milk, right?
Oh my goodness!
But okay, the blue milk is originally from A New Hope, and Luke goes in on Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen's farm, and he goes in there, and he just pours a cup of milk and it's blue. So there's always been this reference to blue milk. They did,
but you're telling me that the sequels weren't showing me that that's where the blue milk came from?
Maybe they were trying to, but it looked like green. I don't know if that was just a callback. I don't like to think about those movies, so like perhaps that's what it was trying to do, but I don't let my mind go there. I need the next person to come, the next guy down the line, the next Dave Filoni baloney to come and fix the prequels or fix the sequel trilogy the way he has done repair and reputational fixing for the prequels. I need that to happen for the sequels before I can think about them.
So, all right, Johnny, then for Star Wars Day, why don't we talk about our favorite Star Wars characters? I don't know about you, but mine's got to be Snoke.
So anyways, about this blue milk. So True Moo, which is just they make like a chocolate milk and some other like milk substitutes, but maybe it's not substitutes. Maybe it's all real milk. I don't know. I don't drink a lot of it. Anyways, they made a special Star Wars themed blue milk that you could buy that they released about 4 or 5 days ago. I think maybe a week ago. I don't know. They had some in the store. I bought some blue milk and I tried it, but I don't like milk. So it's no surprise that I also didn't like this.
I don't like milk either. Shout out to my not drinking milk people.
Yeah, gross.
The almond milk gang.
I'm an adult. I don't need milk.
Exactly. Milk is for baby cows to speed up their development. You're an adult. You're done with that stuff. You don't need it, and everyone's lactose intolerant. But please do me the favor of not saving the blue milk carton for your collection, Johnny.
Oh no, I'm keeping it sealed.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That'll stay good, I think.
Yeah. It's going to live in my fridge for the next 400 years.
But the Star Wars people, there are a lot of Star Wars people of questionable collecting habits, and some number of them will clean out that milk bottle and they'll be like, this is the collectible sealed milk. I've got the May 4th expiration date on this. That's the best expiration date, huh?
I probably will get some messages being like, hey, are you going to keep that milk container? Because if not, I couldn't find one. Could you just wash it out and ship it to me? Or could you pack it in a box? I don't want it to be damaged. Be very careful with the water. I don't want the label to peel.
Yeah. Don't collect food. That's weird. That's garbage. And I'm happy that you're throwing it out.
Yeah, absolutely. My wife said she'll drink the rest of it, but I was like, I'm like, I did the bit, I tried it, I'm willing to dump this out, and she's like, no.
What do you mean you tried it? It's just milk with blue food coloring, right? There's nothing to it.
No, it's like has a vanilla flavor.
Oh, so they put like some flavoring and stuff. Okay, so they did something at least. I thought they literally were just like, it's blue milk. Here it is. Buy more milk.
No, they did a little more than that. Anyways, yeah. I don't like milk, but I tried it. I did the whole thing. I wore like a Star Wars shirt. I put it in an 80s Burger King Star Wars cup. I did the thing. That's what I did for Star Wars Day, and I played like some card games, Star Wars card games, and
some card games, Johnny. Not that we ever record on any kind of schedule. You were at a tournament for like 10 hours today.
Yeah,
the Star Wars card game.
Yeah.
Was that like some big pre-release or like big tournament?
It's because it's May 4th, so it was a big to do.
Oh, okay.
You putting it together?
Because I've been to those marathon Magic events, but it was always like a Grand Prix or something that lasts like all freaking day.
No, it was 4 rounds of sealed. There was a sealed event and a constructed event, and I went 4-0 in sealed, and I went 3-1 in constructed.
You're the best. Look at you. You're such a good card game player, Johnny. Just everyone know that Johnny is super talented at everything he does.
That's 100% not true. If you've ever seen me try to draw anything, I'm embarrassed thinking about it.
Johnny, do you collect video games?
I do, but you still haven't told me what you did or why you hate Dune. Go ahead, tell the people.
Why I hate Dune? I don't hate Dune.
Well, that's not what you were saying.
No, you asked me if I did anything for Star Wars Day. The closest thing I've done to Star Wars recently is watch the Dune movies.
Oh, so you're one of these sci-fi purists who's like, Dune came first. Why would I watch Star Wars? That's a very Tyler thing.
So that would be a very Tyler thing, because I watched the first Dune movie. I'm like, wow, this is a lot like Star Wars, and it came before Star Wars. Look at that. George Lucas like ripping off a lot of things down to like the protagonist's name being Paul versus Luke, like 2 biblical names.
I don't think Lucas ripped off the hero's journey, but okay.
What the name? All right, I know, but yeah, there's really not that many parallels between Dune and Star Wars once you think about it, right, Johnny? You're right. Never mind.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, you're like, oh, well, you ripped it off. It's like, can you steal what's already stolen?
So I saw those movies. I liked the first one more, which is not a popular opinion. And then I was like, yeah, they're pretty good. And then you go on Letterboxd, which is IMDb for kids, because no one uses IMDb. Well, I guess people do because it's IMDb, but the more film bro-y snobby people like the Letterboxd. And it is the highest rated sci-fi movie of all time. And to go from like thinking, yeah, that movie was pretty good, to it's the highest rated sci-fi movie of all time, I can't help but feel like I'm not like trying to be like, I'm not like putting the movie down and being like, oh, it was garbage, it's overrated. I just did not expect, like, when, you're logging your movie, like, look at it, I'm like, oh, literally everyone on planet Earth has rated this 5 out of 5. Like I fucked up somehow. And I talked about it with my friends, and they just called me an idiot. So you know what? Dune 2 is, I guess, the best sci-fi movie of all time, Johnny.
What did you rank it? Well, if you had to give it a score from 1 to 5, what would you give it?
Johnny, I like stupid movies. This is really like a blockbuster action movie, kind of like, it's got explosions, it's got a lot of fight scenes, and like one of my least favorite things is PG-13 violence. Like, this is clearly a violent and gory movie, quote unquote, but it is also PG-13. So there's a lot of knife slicing and decapitation and all this stuff that gets hidden. Like, something will like run in front of the camera when someone gets stabbed, or like it's clearly not shown. And it's so PG-13 and I hate that. Just one of my things. It's like a 6 out of 10 for me, Johnny. I'm not an action movie guy, and especially this kind of action movie, it's just not my thing. I loved all like the sci-fi stuff and Paul being a weirdo and the blue juice that makes you like worse.
The spice?
That makes you into an asshole. That's pretty great. It's also the second part of a book. So like Star Wars is a trilogy. So you're like, all right, we're kind of starting in the middle, but like we're going to get a conclusion at the end. And this is 2 halves of one book, and I thought it would like have some kind of conclusion, but it just is 1,000,000% cliffhanger, just like the first movie. But I guess it's a trilogy. So
you never read any of the other books?
No, I haven't done anything with Dune. So I'm saying like, all right, the movies are fine, not really my thing, but it has made me super interested to read the books now. So I'm gonna read Dune. My next Audible credit will be on Frank Herbert's Dune. I do want to read the book. I love like the weird religious and false savior stuff they've got going on. And I have to imagine there is so much more weird shit they dive into in the book that they're just like, we got to focus this movie on something because there's so much like stuff in this world.
You have no idea how weird it gets. These these two movies are the normal movies, and then like if you get into the books, it starts to go off the rails. Not like Ender's Game. I mean, maybe it is like Ender's Game. Did you ever read the Ender's Game books?
I only read the first one.
Okay, so after the first book, that also goes weird. This also, like, you're just like, okay, what are we talking about with Shai-Hulud? The worms? Okay, what's happening? What about It gets very out there. I don't want to spoil anything for you, but yeah, it gets real weird.
As far as I understand, they did an amazing job streamlining the books, so like they cut out just like a bunch of like backstory and shit that they really go into the book. They're like, yeah, you know what? We've got 6 hours of movie to cover this book. Let's maybe not dive into this.
Well, we didn't talk enough about the Emperor. It's like, guys, just like, it's okay. Movies aren't always the books, and they're never going to be, because books have a lot more ability to do other things. Don't expect an exact translation, especially from a movie and not even like a television series. There was a television series for Dune done by the Sci-Fi Channel, I want to say in like the mid-2000s, like mid-aughts.
I don't know anything about Dune outside the video games. This was really my first experience with Dune that wasn't a real-time strategy game.
You didn't watch like the original, like David Lynch Dune?
I knew nothing about. I saw my first footage of that like a month ago, and that movie looks insane.
Oh, it
like,
is insane.
I need to see that movie now.
Yeah, no, I watched that movie as a kid. Like, it was that and Star Wars, and you're just like, the world is weird and strange.
I would just like, Patrick Stewart's in this, and he's covered by rectangular prisms. This looks like a high-quality movie.
Gurney Halleck, yeah, doing it.
The fucking Twin Peaks guy is here. I'm in.
Yeah, yes, go watch that. And then there's like, but you got to pick the right version to watch. So do a little research on which version you think you should watch of the original Dune. Because there's different cuts.
Oh, God. I mean,
Anyways.
I want the Lynchian cut, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. But yeah, it's, man.
Well, no,
Dune,
isn't that one of these, like, these movies where, like, the true director's cut has been lost? Because I thought, like, in my, like, literally no experience with Dune, but I thought I read somewhere that he wanted to make, like, this huge, like, 4-hour cut of the movie because it's just such a big movie, and they made him cut it down to make it more friendly, and then he disavowed himself of the movie.
there was some of that. I can't remember if it's, like, all lost. I just know there are different cuts which do some different stuff. And then if you want to see even more before Lynch got a hold of it, you can watch like Itarosky's Dune, who was this like artist who had this whole vision for Dune that he was going to do, and it looked amazing, and it went through a lot and then never got made, but there was enough to do a documentary and like a big book for it. Like, I think you would be into that one. That one's wild.
I've seen the book for that.
Yeah, there's a good documentary you can watch on it.
So you know what? Like every book ever is better than the movie, so I'm just gonna read the book and I'm gonna be better, and like I'm gonna watch the Lynch Dune for the stupid novelty, but I'm just gonna read the book, and that seems like it'll probably be the best experience.
Yeah, but I mean, after you're like, wow, this is so weird. Then, like, when you read the book, then you should watch Itarosky's Dune documentary and be like, whoa, awesome. This guy knew what was up.
All right. That sounds like a plan, Johnny. I'll do that. CQ Book Club, Dune. It's due 1 month from now, so
okay.
June 5th, set your calendar.
Well, it's going to come out in like 2 weeks, so you got to give them...
What's going to come out in 2 weeks?
This podcast, it's not coming out today.
No, just me and you, CQ Book Club.
Oh.
You've read Dune.
Okay.
I'll just talk with you about Dune.
Okay.
And, you know, we'll just have like, we'll nerd out like it's the 1960s, and then we could talk about how the first edition of Dungeons and Dragons just came out, and how who knows what sci-fi and fantasy are going to be like in like 50 years. Can you imagine 60 years from now if we have Dungeons and Dragons and Dune now? What do you think they'll be dealing with in like the 2020s?
Man, this movie Star Wars is coming out soon. Oh, it's all just going to be Star Wars. It's all going to just be Star Wars. Anyways, I am curious to see how you're going to rank it, because, you know, I want to get your number skill, but we'll do that after you're done.
Oh.
But there's some other things that need rankings, Tyler.
Yes, very importantly, Johnny.
Yeah. You want to tell the people what we're doing, or shall I?
Johnny, we're going to be ranking every major video game box type. Because you know what? In a sense, we collect video games. And video games, the value in a video game is the data on the cartridge or the disc. That's what makes it a video game. But in the collectible sense, that is the least valuable part. We're not looking at the ridges on the disc to, like, decode them with our eyeballs. We're not looking at the ICs on the cartridge. We're looking at the box. 95% of the time, you're looking at a video game, you're looking at a box, or if you don't have the box, you're looking at the cartridge, but that's not what this episode's about. So, in a sense, the boxes is maybe the most important part of collecting video games. Because it's the part we're looking at. And it's the part we're touching. It's the part we're putting on our damn shelves.
It's the part that looks best on a shelf.
It is, but which ones look best on the shelf?
Which ones are best? Not even looking best and being best aren't always the same.
That's true. That's true. So, I mean, this is a very on the nose episode, but in like compared to like trading cards, like you look at different, if you're rating different trading cards, like look at like baseball cards or whatever. You've got all these different parallels, all these different series, all these different inserts. You gotta like know, well, which one's cooler? Is it cooler to have two signatures like side by side, but the card is kind of like nothing, it's mostly white? Or is it cooler to have like a shiny refractor with a kablam on it? And like the trading card guys, I think they really like the precious metal gems. This thing that looks like it's like the most 90s metal foil looking thing. I think it looks ugly as hell, but they love that stuff. And we're going to be rating video game boxes like that so people know what we like. So then limited run games can listen to this episode and be like, oh, those are the kind of boxes that the video game collectors like. Maybe we can incorporate this into our collector-focused products to know what kind of box to put around our CDRs.
I think limited run would listen to it and then do like the bad version of it and then do an apology letter after they...
Oh, we didn't realize that collectors also like small, high quality feeling boxes that are full of like nice stuff. Ugh. We're so sorry that you feel that way, jerks. Anyway, pre-order our next game coming out on Thursday.
Yeah, anyways, have a CDR of this game and that doesn't run on your system.
You know, all right, if you're listening to this in the future, so the somewhat recent news, the past few days, it came out that Limited Run Games put out a 3DO release that was burned to CDRs rather than pressed to discs. Literally, this must save like pennies per disc, that they're making it like the cheapest possible way. Like the high-end collectible 3DO product, of course. Everyone, but the idea is like, in some sense, like, what are you doing, like, playing a modern 3DO game? Like, what game was it? Was it, I don't remember what game it was. I want to say it was Madden, but that doesn't make sense, right?
It was D, I think.
Okay, yeah. Like, what are you doing? You're putting a limited run game in your 3DO? Like, you should be able to do that. Like, you're not wrong for doing that, but also, like, who buys limited run games to play them? You just buy them, put them on a shelf, and be like, that's the rare one.
You know, here's the thing that I take away from that. People are playing these games because they put it into their consoles and they didn't work.
That's pretty incredible, actually. So incredible that people are buying 3DO games from Limited Run Games to actually play them, which, like, all right. I mean, I don't know why you're not just buying D. I can't imagine D on 3DO is prohibitively expensive.
I'm looking it up right now because I just had the same thought. Like, how much does D on 3DO cost?
But also, however many of these they sold, I mean, you imagine, like, they must have sold like 1,000 of these at least, right? They sold this many, and not one person at Limited Run Games was like, should we put this in a 3DO to make sure it works? They were just like, nah, it probably works. No one's going to actually play this, though, right? What are the chances?
So you can buy, like, the jewel case copy for $49. And then, like, I saw a big box. Let's see. I want to check solds. Oh, no, that's the limited run version. Oh, God. Now the limited run version is going to pollute all the searches. I have to get it out of here. Oh, you know what's hilarious, though? I put in D, and the first game that came up was a porn game. Because those games love D.
What game came up? What are you talking about?
Because the eBay search is so bad now, I put in D in parentheses, and The Coven came up, and then
nice.
2 of the other porn games, because,
it was just like, 3DO has a D in it.
They're like, no, they're like, oh, these girls want D, so
Yeah,
let's.
I'm sure that's definitely what the algorithm is going for.
Like $100. You can get a complete big box, and you can get it in just like the jewel case for like
I don't know.
$50.
I'd imagine that the limited run games one probably cost 50 to 60.
Probably more if it was like the big box special edition. So, anyways, people could definitely spend more on the special edition than on just a regular copy of the game, probably.
Johnny, when you try to bring it up on limitedrungames.com, they took down the site, so I can't check the price. Oh, the controversy, it's getting to them. They're sweating.
That's about as topical as we're ever going to be. We did it. We did news, Tyler.
We get news.
All right, we did. Anyways, we're ranking video game boxes because we think they're important, and we're going through a bunch of them, and we have some, and Tyler hates this, but I tried to create an objective criteria for this, so we can get some totals, some numbers in there, and be like, how do these look? And then like see where they actually fall, like what tier of, like what boxes fall in what tier. Anyways, we have a couple of different things that we're ranking on. 1, shelf appeal. How does it look on the shelf, and how much do you really want it on your shelf? Ooh, it's cardboard, so it's a little sexy, or I don't know, it's like they kind of don't gel in a collection because there's too many different types. So that's what we mean by shelf appeal. Like, you may love the way a Genesis box looks, you're wrong, but you may find that the many varieties of boxes that Genesis has will never look good on a shelf. Quality and protection. Does it feel well made? Are there obvious defects? And then in the construction of it, is it durable? Does it do a good job of protecting the contents in them? So if you think about a Nintendo 64 box, the ones with the inner box that's built in, the card slides in and that's fine, but then the manuals go on top and those like kind of fold and crinkle, and then the flaps go up and fold into that. So sometimes it's dinging your manual. That's not great. Also, if you think about Sega CD boxes, they just put that stupid piece of foam there. So unless you're storing it in a very specific way, those manuals always fold or get wavy. So this is what we mean by that. Size and proportion. Are they overly big? Are they heavy? Do they do a good job of holding the contents? Like a big PC box, you're like, what's all this air in here for? Is it awkward? Can I get it on a shelf? How does it line up? That's size and proportions. Art appeal. Does the box do a good job of showcasing the art? Because if we are just collectors and this is the main thing we are looking at, then make sure the art looks nice on the box. Don't do a weird thing like put a dumb banner across the top of all of your games and make it look ugly, Switch looking at you. And then an X factor. Does it just have something? And that's just not really part of the ranking system. We'll just, if some box does something special, we just want to make sure to call it out. Not saying there's any that do, but we put it there just in case. That is our criteria. These are the four things we're ranking it on, and then we will try to tell you where they belong in tiers.
All right. So we're ranking all these categories 1 to 5?
Well, 1 to 4.
1 to 4? Okay. All right. I don't, whatever. Why 1 to 4?
Well, because we had 5
in the middle.
Because we had 5 categories, and then we. No, 1 to 5. 1 to 5. I'm crazy.
I thought we were giving it just a 1 to 5 score.
Yeah,
for
yes,
each.
1 to 5. I did. Yeah, I'm crazy. Ignore me. 1 to 5 is correct. You just
Johnny,
delete that too.
Why don't we start out in semi-chronological order here? Let's start out with one that everybody's thinking about. Everyone really wants to know our opinion about the Odyssey 2 box. You know, I did the listeners a solid, and I skipped over the Magnavox Odyssey and Channel F, despite there are some kind of historical importance to those. Forget that. I remember reading somewhere, like this must have been some blog or some magazine, just like maybe a forum, just like this crazy opinion. Someone said that Odyssey 2 had the best boxes ever.
No.
And so I would normally not be talking about Odyssey 2 on Collector's Quest. I got my episode, and now we never have to talk about it again. Odyssey 2 boxes are not the best boxes ever. That's a crazy statement. So if you've never seen an Odyssey 2 box, I guess I have to explain it because half the people listening to the show don't even know what an Odyssey 2 is. No. I'm not insulting it. People don't collect Odyssey 2. It's a little bit shorter and a little bit fatter than an NES box, but it gatefolds open And then there's the cartridge sitting in like a little crevice on one side, and the manual is shoved into the flap of the gatefold box. So like the manual doesn't really have enough room. It kind of like holds it in with pressure.
Yeah. It's kind of bad.
So, and just the way it was constructed, they all like feel a little bit like they're falling apart. It literally feels like someone origamied the box together. And I realize all cardboard boxes are like origami, more or less, like they're folded from a flat sheet of paper. But this really feels insubstantial.
Okay, so, but how do you, that's the description. So what are you giving it on the shelf appeal?
Shelf appeal. So they are mostly unique, but then they have the Silver Series, which they thought was cool. But it just kind of makes like this game is like 47 games, 48 games, something like that. So the Silver Series is like, all right, we've got like 6 games over here that are different. And then you have the 2 games. You got Demon Attack and Atlantis are third-party games that have the wrong size box. So it like sometimes you get like the third-party section. The third-party section here is 2 games, and they're different proportions. It sucks. Okay. I'm gonna go with a 2, Johnny.
Ooh, a 2.
Yeah, is it that bad?
I don't think so, because like I don't want to ding it for like 2 weird third party. I think basically on the shelf they look pretty good, like lined up for the most part. The art is consistent. The spines all look pretty good for like, it's like looking pretty good lined up.
So the sides are just like black with white text, and they got like an Odyssey logo.
It's not exciting. I'm giving it a 3, but I think the consistency and everything, like I don't think the text looks particularly nice, and the logo at the bottom, like, is fine. I'm at a 3. It's just average. It's 3.
All right. Quality, I'm still feeling a 2. So I think it tricks you because the gatefold flap has the manual in it, which makes that gatefold flap feel very sturdy. But then the rest of the box feels really shitty.
Yeah, no, and also that gatefold doesn't do a good job of protecting the manual. It slides around, it like gets bumped and gets pressure.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize that's part of this category too. Yeah, so I mean, it's not the end of the world, but the way it's held in, like, that's not like, if you were a long-term preservationist for documents, you wouldn't be shoving it into like a glued down flap like that.
No.
All right.
I dislike that a lot. I'm also with you on it too.
So size, they are shorter than a DVD case, I'm pretty sure, but they are too fat. I realize the set is short. The boxes are just too fat. They're thicker than a Genesis box. That is thicker than anything. Like, come on, what are we doing here? Those cartridges aren't that big. I guess they are kind of big.
They're big, but they didn't need that big handle anyways. Like, why did they do that?
Oh, the handle's great. What are you talking about? It's just like GameCube having a handle. It's awesome. Oh, man, if we were rating cartridges, like, Odyssey 2 is up there for best cartridge. With that handle, the handle rules.
That's all. You just named a whole other episode, but that's not this episode.
Love me an Atari cartridge, too. Just a rounded rectangle. Oh, Atari cartridges feel nice. Except the end label sucks. Oh, let's do the cartridge episode one day.
Okay, we can do the cartridge, because I can't wait to dump on Genesis for their shitty labels.
All right, Johnny, and then art. So the side art sucks. It's just the text, which I guess is a lot of games. They're very uniform, which is something. I think every single game was done by the same artist. I could be wrong on that, but there's like 47 games. I think literally every game had the same artist.
Yeah, but it's like, but how does that art look? Does it do a good job of showcasing that art? I think it kind of does, but I don't like it.
It's all right. I mean, there's a lot of like math games. There's just like, it's a lot of just like I'm looking at like a math game. There's like a treble clef coming at you. So like the Odyssey logo, it's like coming at you from the background, and it's got the streaks, and a lot of the art is just like stuff coming at you from the box with streaks. It's very bright neon colors. It's all right. It's very reminiscent of the era. Like, you would never mix this up with games that came out in the 90s. I think that there's something to it. Am I rating? So we're rating the art here itself in addition to how well the box
It's the art
displays
appeal. It's like, did they do a good job of showcasing the art, and like, does that look nice? Like, it's just the appeal of it. Like, and that can go.
I'm going up to a 3 on this. I think it's very of the era, and it's unique. You'd never mistake an Odyssey 2 game for being on any other console.
That's true, and that's why I also give it a 3.
I
But
love
also
that
don't like.
you gave. So the average of your scores, we were almost in agreement, but you still ended up rating the Odyssey 2 higher than me.
Yeah, well, it's just because I think it's a little more. I put a lot of weight on how good something looks on the shelf consistently. So we'll see. Maybe I'll feel bad about that score, and that's the first one. So like, maybe I won't. Maybe I'm judging too lightly. Maybe it'll be a lot of 3s down the line, which is what happens when you average things. But we'll see.
All right, so you ended up with a 2.5 for Odyssey 2, and I ended up with a 2.25.
Yep, not great.
Johnny, let's go on to Intellivision, and I promise this is the last console that literally no one cares about that we're going to talk about. Intellivision shelf
Sucks.
appeal. So this bleeds into quality, but the cardboard used on Intellivision, it's got like this matte finish on it. So like, I don't know, when you think of an NES box or an Odyssey 2 box, like it's got a little bit of gloss finish on it. The Intellivision ones feel so matte, and I feel like they get fucked up so much easier than other boxes, and I never see just like the mint Intellivision thing. Like all the boxes look a little bad.
I think also no one cared about Intellivision or cares about Intellivision. So they just literally get heaved into boxes. So they're just always damaged and fucked up.
So there is that. The other thing is like there's like 3 different colors. So you got like the blue boxes, the red boxes, and there's some green boxes, and there's some others. Oh man. But then they have like the more modern looking like Atari games. Like the
feels
Activision
very
games
like preschool primary colors going on. And the font, for whatever reason, is super basic too. It's just like, it feels very much of the era, the way that font and the layout of the boxes, especially the spine, because we're really talking about the shelf appeal here. Yeah.
I don't want to get too much into the games themselves, because part of me looks at the shelf of Intellivision games and I'm like, ugh, Intellivision. And yes, I've played Intellivision games. I know they're bad. I don't know. Is it,
but we're not
do
talking.
I want to go to a? I don't want to go to a 1. Do I want to go to a 1?
For the shelf appeal? Do it. I dare you.
It's got just like white bubbly text. Like it is not appealing to me.
It's not. I don't know. I hate it.
All right, I'm going to 1 for Intellivision.
I'm a 1 too.
I'm sorry, guys. I know we've got like 3 people who like Intellivision listening to the show right now.
Look, I know I said the Odyssey's consistent, but like all the colors and then that blocky white text I find to be obnoxious, and the way that most of it's capitalized on a lot of the games. Dislike.
Quality. Oh man. What a weird, it's just a weird box. So a lot of them are these gatefold boxes that open up. Terrible. I don't think the cardboard feels good. And then they've got this plastic insert in them that holds the cartridge. I guarantee they must have tried to design this box to hold the cartridge, but the box was so shitty that the cardboard literally couldn't hold it on its own. So they had to add in this extra plastic insert that's not held into the box. You could just pop that insert out. Because the box is so shitty.
It's fucking terrible. I hate this box. I hate this box so much. And when it doesn't have the tray in, it's so god awful. It doesn't protect anything in there. No. And like the way it slides around and they give you the dumb overlays, your overlays are never going to be... I'm out.
So this also has the thing where it's almost worse than the Odyssey 2. So they have these gatefold boxes, and then you stick the manual and the overlay into the flap of the box, but it's only like the corner. Like the Odyssey, you put the whole thing, like the entire spine side of that manual is covered by the box. This you cover like maybe 1/8 of the bottom left corner, and that's it.
It's not great. I know some people are going to be like, oh, but there's the ones that are just the full plastic trays. Yeah, sure. Just in general, we're ranking the boxes based on the most common types. We're not going to go into like weird, or there's got a few variants. Like we're not going to talk about Genesis gatefold boxes, for instance. There's a few of those, but we don't care. Same with Atari. Like we're doing the majority, like a majority rules here. Well, there's a few we're going to get into that we want to highlight, but mostly that's how these boxes are, and they're terrible. Dislike.
I'm down with a gatefold box. I don't like
I'm
a
down with a
gatefold box
box.
that opens to the cartridge, and that goes for Odyssey 2 as well. I like a gatefold box that opens to like some bonus information that you might want to know.
I prefer a gatefold if you can see the cartridge, but I don't need the cartridge to be exposed. I just want to be able to see it.
All right, am I just gonna go for a 1?
I'm a 1.
I'm sorry, Intellivision. I'm so sorry.
Hate this box.
Okay, Johnny, size.
Too tall.
God damn it, Intellivision. Like, they couldn't have possibly known this in the 70s that they were doing something wrong here. If you set up your shelves for NES games and DVD games, they're all like around the same size, and Intellivision games are just too tall for like the average setup on your on whatever shelf you have. Like if you have what's the pop Atlantic Oscar 1080 or IKEA Billies, and they have like the set pegs, and you set your pegs for literally 90% of video games ever, all your shelves are wrong for Intellivision games, and I hate it. And it's not even like 3DO or Vectrex where it's just like obviously too big. We're gonna have to do something else with these games. It's just like just too tall compared to every other game that's ever existed. So also 1 on the sides.
Yeah. And some of the Oscars, like the Atari games and the Intellivision games, will fit in, but it's still just like, it just throws your spacing off a lot of times. Yeah, don't love it. I'm also a 1. It's like tall and it's thin, and I don't like, it's not just because they're Intellivision games, because I don't really care about that.
You didn't need to say that.
I just don't like it. I don't like it.
All right, Johnny, and the art. So we're gonna go. I mean, I know there's like some Intellivision games that have the full art and whatever, but the majority of Intellivision games, if you're thinking of an Intellivision game, you're thinking of the blue or red box, and it's got like this blue or red frame around a painting, basically. And to me, it feels like it very much goes for like, here's like the real life people doing the real life thing, and it looks really exciting because you don't want to show anything reminiscent of what an Intellivision game looks like. So it does the Atari thing there, but I don't think the art is anywhere near as epic as the Atari art generally is.
No, I don't think it's bad though. I think a lot of it is like pretty interesting, but like if you look at like Las Vegas Roulette, like I think that's like a pretty interesting box art, but it is trying to like capture the real life thing, like you were saying, almost like they had these people and then they like watercolored over them. They do that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this is a preference thing. I don't like the art style of Intellivision games.
Art is really like, all of this is a little subjective, but this is where, this is going to come down to an individual preference. But they do this a lot, even like on like the D&D games, and you're just like, I don't hate it, but also I don't love it.
It's definitely not a 1. It's got something going on. I love when old video games show you like paintings of people having fun rather than the actual gameplay. I like when they show you the actual gameplay too, but I love like how much like freaking the Reversey box on Intellivision, it shows like an entire family smiling at each other, and then there's a transparent Reversey board that's plastered over them, because you can't just show like, what are you going to show, like some circles? Like, who's going to buy that then? You got to show like, look at how much fun these people are having playing Reversey on Intellivision.
So I think I'm at a 3. Like if I'm going to give the Odyssey 2 a 3, then I feel like this should be a 3, or I feel like this should be a 3 and I should lower the Odyssey 2 score to a 2.
Oh, I like the Odyssey more. I think the Odyssey is more distinctive, like the whole neon thing they have going on. To me, I look at it in a Intellivision box and I'm like, man, this isn't as good as an Atari box. I'm going to 2.
Okay, that's fair. I went a 3. It's weird that I'm somehow more generous on both of these scores than you are.
I'm a harsh grader, Johnny.
Agree. All right.
So that is a 1.5 for you for Intellivision boxes and a 1.25 for me. Somehow I think that's going to be our lowest one.
I think Intellivision is going to be the bottom. I know people are like going through this episode and they're like, thanks for all these numbers, guys. Just give us the tier list and we'll get there. Don't worry. You only have like 100 more systems to go. This is the big box battle. We're doing it.
Hey, Johnny.
Hey.
You know what comes after Intellivision? The only thing from the 70s that anyone cares about. It is the Atari 2600, the granddaddy of video game collecting. Some might say the foundation of video game collecting.
Some might.
How do you feel looking at a shelf of Atari games?
Bad.
Okay, how do you feel visually looking at a shelf of Atari games?
bad.
Whoa. What?
Yeah, I don't.
That's a set that you could do the Rainbow Organization. You could do the TurboGrafx thing of like sorting your set by color.
No, TurboGrafx are like, look, Turbo has some inconsistencies, but the black boxes are all just still black boxes. I think this suffers much in the same way that Intellivision suffers. Not as bad. The art design on Atari boxes is a little bit better, but the spines aren't really doing it for me. Like, I don't love the way they look on the shelf.
So the problem with Intellivision is that it doesn't have enough colors. So they have like it's a lot of red, a lot of blue, and then like a little bit of green. And then like some boxes are just like, whatever, we're not doing the color thing anymore. So it just like doesn't work. There are so many, like really when you're thinking about Atari, I'm thinking about the Atari set, which is all these amazing rainbow colors. And then the Activision set, which again, all these amazing rainbow colors.
But then you get like the silver boxes sometimes.
But yeah, so that's the problem with Atari is like there's a lot of inconsistencies.
Yes.
And like those Imagic games, those are all like shiny silver boxes. But I still think you put all the publisher sets together, I still think Atari looks great. I love it.
I'm at a 2.
I might be at a 4. I might be at a 3.
You tell me.
All right, I'm gonna give it a 3 because the inconsistency is a little bit annoying.
Yeah,
and you know what? Those Atari boxes with just the white letters on, they're maybe not the most exciting. I do like the colors, Johnny.
So here's the thing: it's like inconsistent, but like NES is very inconsistent, right? But this, it's like it's not inconsistent enough. It's not like completely inconsistent. It's like batches, and I don't.
Yeah. But I mean, that makes little sets, and that could be fun too.
It does, but that like doesn't work out. Yeah. Well, I've got feelings about how to do it. Like, I know how I would display it if I was going for the whole set, but also no one collects the full set of Atari. I know not no one, but it's just like this is not a thing to do. Also, again, some of the font styles from that era just I don't like it. I don't like big blocky white letters all in caps. I don't know why this was like a early 80s, 70s thing that always happened on games. It's just like, here's your text. And it feels like it's screaming at me and it's blocky and unattractive. I don't.
I mean, I like some just consistent things. So like when the Nintendo Switch was just like white letters on the spine, like I was into that. And then like they started letting some games have logos and stuff. And then it's like, this is madness now.
Yeah, like things. I know they want to like differentiate and like be like, oh look, things changed, but it's like didn't need that. Anyways,
all right, quality, Johnny. So an Atari box has some problems.
I mean, do you want to just talk about the two major box types and like why one of them is a huge problem?
Well, the big problem is that early Atari boxes, I'm gonna say, the way they were sealed, they had a cardboard flap, a hang tab, in fact, that was glued to the back of the box. So you rip that part off the back of the box, and then that little flap becomes the flap that you tuck into a little slot on the top of the box, which keeps the top shut. Which, whoever designed this thought they'd come up with like this ingenious packaging design. In reality, this means that like every Atari box has this ripped part on the back and like this weird flap thing that is always in poor condition because of how they made the box. And then they also, like later boxes are just like regular flip top boxes like in NES.
But it's got like that inner tray, or sometimes it's got a slide out tray, but
yeah, the boxes are a lot bigger than the cartridges as well. So there's a lot of empty space in an Atari box.
Lots of way, and there's not a lot of protection either because they're trying to do this like, oh, we'll put this inner cardboard structure and that'll protect it, and it does not. It's terrible. Yeah. One.
You're out of your mind.
One. If I have to rip the box to open the game.
Oh, that's pretty bad. Yeah, I forgot about that part. I'm going 2. I'm trying to think of what could be worse.
What could be worse than ripping the game? Also,
it is possible to have decent condition Atari games. It is not. Man,
but you can't get.
Not the ones with the back.
You gotta get them sealed.
Not the glue seals. Yeah, you can't have those in nice condition.
Name your score. It's your score. You can put whatever you want.
Come on. I'm going 2 still. I just feel like it's a 2.
You
It
big
doesn't feel like a
softy.
1.
I'm
One,
a harsh
I have
grader.
to be angry. I have to be angry at the quality. I mean, yes, those glue tabs in the back are very, very stupid, but that's the main thing I don't like.
2. You got it 2. All right. Size. Like, these are basically the same size as in television box, right?
No, Atari games, they
a
will
little
fit on a
shorter?
shelf with NES games.
They're a little shorter?
I
that
think
right?
they're a little shorter than in television, a little taller than NES, and about the
But they
same
usually
width as
fit.
NES.
Because, like, my Atari games do fit on Atlantic Oscars, and my television games struggle a little bit. I don't know. Like, someone's going to call us out. They're going to be the exact same size, and we're going to feel stupid.
No, they're definitely not, because you have to deal
No?
with like
Okay.
box protectors for all this stuff, and especially for the older consoles, it's a nightmare because you get like these third-party publishers, and like they try to make like this is an Atari 2600 box protector, and you put in like most of the games, and it's like 15% too big because they made it big enough to accommodate all the different little variants. So the size is a problem because of all the different things. I think Atari games are probably as big as I would want a game before it becomes like an absolute problem.
Yeah. Okay.
But I still don't love how big the box is compared to the tiny little cartridge.
Man, I feel like I should go get my Intellivision games and my Atari games and stand them up and look at them.
I mean, I don't think the size is good, so I'm going to go with a 2 again.
All right. I'm with you.
I think Intellivision is definitely like the worst thing in the world when it comes to size. If this is a 2, that almost makes me want to put Odyssey down to 1, because Odyssey I just think is too thick. But whatever, we can keep it as
It's a fatty boy. Short and squat and thick.
Johnny, art. How do you feel when you look at an Atari game?
I feel pretty good about a lot of the art, honestly, on Atari games. I know I've said some stuff about Atari games, but there is some really unique art, and there was like just some art on it is incredibly stupid. Pac-Man, I'm looking at you. But then you get something like Gravatar, and you're like, that's pretty cool looking Gravatar. Like, what? Gravatar, you're going hard. What's going on? And then you get like dumb games like hockey. So it's a little inconsistent, but something like Real Sports Football, like someone did really nice art for Real Sports Football. Defender looks amazing. Like,
I mean, some of my favorite box art on Atari is basic programming, which shows like a guy launching from like a nuclear missile silo. He's like in front of a panel with a billion buttons,
Yeah.
and the game's title is basic programming, and it makes no sense, and I love it so much. And the other one is Video Checkers, which shows a kid and presumably his girlfriend playing like this pompous king in a game of checkers, and it makes it look like the most epic thing, like, oh, you're gonna be the little kid beating this pompous king at Video Checkers.
but then you get some like dragster style stuff, and you're like, oh, and like boxing. But even then, like some of it's still charming. But like some of at its peak, Atari has some amazing art. And like Haunted House box art, chef's kiss. So good.
So we have some Atari fans who listen that they'll know the artists on some of like these more amazing ones, and like the most mundane games are the best. Freaking backgammon. It's like a work of art. It's wonderful. It's what the Intellivision tried to do, but so much better. I'm tempted to give it a 5. But then like you bring up things like the Activision games, like they have a much the Activision games.
Activision really brought down the art score, and Activision is too important not to matter to the art score.
I know they're not all amazing, but I'm definitely still giving Atari a 4. I think it is crazy that people don't collect Atari games.
Well, especially because we like box art so much, and I've been prone to this bias as well. But like when you look at like I got the Art of Atari book, and I really like that book.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
It's just cover art, and you're just like, man, these do look, especially when you have them a little bigger, and you're just like, man, this is, someone did serious work on these paintings. Probably more time painting this than some of these people spent programming them.
Whenever I think about Atari and how people hate Atari, and they're like, oh, I don't like playing Atari games. Like, the first thing that comes to my mind is pre-code horror comics. Like, oh, you like reading 70-year-old plots in comics and horror stories? Or do you like it because the cover looks fucking awesome? And every Atari game is that to me. Like, the cover looks fucking awesome. Look at this video checkers. Look at that and tell me you don't want to collect it. And like, I don't want an Atari game. It's like $7 complete in box for like this work of art.
I'll counter with Miss Pac-Man.
Like, whatever. Don't collect Miss Pac-Man. You don't have to collect every comic book ever made in the 1950s, but there is clearly a set that is amazing of these horror comics in the 1950s, and I think Atari has that it factor. There is no game that looks like these hand-painted Atari boxes. Like the peak hand-painted Atari boxes, you'll never find a game from like 2012 that looks as interesting or good, because they're all like trying to give maybe a better impression of what the game actually is, but like these pie-in-the-sky Atari boxes are on another level when it comes to that.
Just look at Defender. Like, Defender has some serious art going on. It's pretty cool.
Hold on, I'm bringing up the Defender box. We have to paint a word picture. Defender looks like it could be, I don't know, like the cover art for Dune, Johnny.
Yeah, looks cool. Defender looks cool. Like, Moonsweeper also looks really cool. It's got like an astronaut like reaching out and like some weird rings, and then they went like did like the video game layer behind it. They were trying to like blend the two medias. Yeah, it's like they had some freedom with the art to like go do stuff, and I love that.
Yeah, I'm in. All right, anyways, we're both giving that a 4.
Yeah, we talked a lot about it, but like really, it's gonna. It's like I feel like it's not a 5, but it's like I feel like it's a 4.5 really.
Yeah, I mean the only thing that brings it down is like there's so many Atari games that just like not all of them are in that amazing level.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. This is very weird for me to say, but it's going to be hard to top Atari art.
What? Do not change mine to a 4.5. I'm not doing 0.5s. Get out of here.
No, you don't want a 0.5? Everything's gonna have points.
Pick a number and commit to it. I don't like this 0.5 stuff.
Okay. All right. We'll stick to it, but it's less nuanced that way. All right.
Johnny, let's talk about a console we rarely talk about in the world of video game collecting.
What is it?
The Nintendo Entertainment System.
Never heard of it.
A lot of people don't know, but it was actually Nintendo's, I don't know, 5th console, something like that, when you count the TV games and the Famicom, whatever the NES is. No, NES, Johnny. It's a good console. A lot of people like collecting it. A lot of people like collecting it complete in box. Is it because it looks so good on a shelf?
No. Sure isn't that.
All right, we're going to disagree then.
You think it's because it looks so good on a shelf? I think the size and stuff when we get there, but I like, shelf appeal is high for Nintendo, but it has some issues. Do we want to talk about what those issues are? Or do you want to tell me that it's
what the issues are? Because it better be something that doesn't apply to literally everything ever, because NES games look pretty nice, I think.
I think there are enough games and sets to make it look nice. You can chunk them out. I think then the rest of the inconsistency is inconsistent enough that the spread looks fine, doesn't like offend me, because you're just like, oh, it's all mishmash. So like the fact that it all doesn't match makes it fine, except for like a couple little sets you can chunk out. And if you don't chunk them out, then it's still fine because it's all just a mishmash. There's enough variation in the way the labels look, the font, and everything. You could also ding it for that. Also, it just has like some collector strings to me. You can. It looks good on its side. It looks good with its top out, which not like Atari you can't do that with, because half of them don't have titles on the top unless you get later prints. So I feel pretty good about it. I don't know if it's a 5 though. I think it's more like a 4 for me.
All right. Well, for all the reasons you said, it's a 5 for me. So it's got that thing with Atari where you really want to get those publisher sets together, but because all the boxes are the same size on NES, I think it just looks amazing. So you can put your black box games together, you got your silver box Konami games together, you got those purple box Capcom games together, and then everything else just looks good because they're all doing their own thing. So it's kind of like this organized chaos. You got the chaos of the regular games, but then you have all your publisher sets that all look really nice together. Plus it's NES, and I just feel good looking at NES games.
Yeah, that's true. It does have a hard appeal to me that I like. Also, there's like only a few games that are inconsistent to that, like Arkanoid and like
Sure, okay.
Carmen
Yes, we can get into like the couple weird big box games.
No, I'm listing out that the weird variants aren't, or the weird ones aren't that. There's not many of them. You got like Carmen San Diego, which still fits next to the games. Like Gyromite Big Box is a little too big, or Stack Up, I mean, a little too big. Gyromite Big Box is like way out there, but like that's it. Those are the ones that don't fit. And the rest of it all does fit so cleanly together. And it's like a pleasant size that kept up with the current format of media and like didn't like break your shelving. And it's got, you know what, the flexibility of being able to go side or top is pretty good. I know most people don't. Okay, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going, like, how, if it's not a 5, then what's a 5?
Right? And everyone's shelves are set up for NES games because you know what? They are slightly shorter than a DVD case. So any shelf you've ever set up is set up for NES games. So no one, like, yes, you have some people who are like really cramming them in there that have the top facing out, but like no one has ever crammed NES games onto a shelf because they're a weird size that doesn't fit. So everyone's shelf always looks good.
The other thing, and that people don't take this into account a lot of times, if you turn a Nintendo box over NES and you put top out, right, then it's consistent with the Super Nintendo and the N64. So you get like the cardboard library that's all like, you know, all looking very good for consoles. Not like we're not talking about portables, but and that is very appealing to me, as you know.
Johnny, how do we feel about the quality of an NES box?
It's pretty good. It is pretty good. It does have an issue, and it's not always. So maybe this is a theoretical that we can discuss through. You tell me when I'm talking about this. I don't like the fact that they put the styrofoam in it. I know we need the styrofoam, but that extra space, and because the styrofoam is sometimes not always there, causes a problem. So like if you don't have it in there, then the top of the box gets crushed. It's got like they're well made. Like Nintendo is like pretty much known for quality. You can fold them if you need to, if you're careful without damaging it too much. I think the quality is overall very good, though that part where you have to, like if you don't have that in there is crazy. The other thing I will say, and this is not really a knock on the quality, but if you've ever taken a Nintendo game that's new out of its box and then tried to get all the stuff back in there with like the baggie and everything, I don't know how that happens. But like Dragon Warrior with all the stuff, you're like, how did this fit in this box?
Yeah, and then you look at like people packaging them at the factories, they're just like shoving it in there by hand. And like, I guess if you do that for hours, you eventually get good at it. But yeah, I don't like repackaging NES games back up. But counterpoint to your styrofoam. Yeah, I don't like the styrofoam. It is kind of a stupid workaround to make the boxes bigger. But think of every other box that has to hold a cartridge that's smaller than the box. And they do like weird folding patterns and little cutouts and things. Like just having the styrofoam take up all that space is the best option.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm like, I don't know if I'm knocking it because I think the quality is pretty good. And if you look like Atari, like in television games, I think largely because people just threw them in bins, but people did that with Nintendo games too for a long time. And you still find really nice Nintendo games. Like they still held up in a way that, you know.
Yeah. And I think part of that's definitely the dust sleeves that really take up the space that's not there, but also the cartridge is almost as big as the box, so it really holds everything together.
Yes. Well, that'll get into the protection of it and why that's like top notch for me. I do I feel like it's a 5?
I'm between a 3 and a 4. So I might quality? Be going 4.
Oh, you're thinking between like where are you going with quality? Where like what's the downside on the quality?
Really, I guess shoving everything back in the box never feels good. So like in terms of like protecting stuff,
that's not the quality of the box like that.
But I mean, like a box is meant for you to be able to take stuff in and out of. Like I could open a Sega CD box a billion times and I'm not really going to damage it.
That's
every
fair.
time I open an NES box, I'm technically.
All right, you've convinced me. I'm at a 4.
All right, I'm going to go with a 4 as well.
All right.
Nintendo's pretty good. Also, just write your letters in now and say we overrate everything on NES. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's NES. Fine. Like, we know we're biased, okay? But if you think that, I love Super Nintendo, wait until I come at Super Nintendo.
Johnny size.
It's perfect. Except maybe, like, it's just a good size and it's flexible. Top, sideways, it's really good. Fits on most modern media shelves. Like I said, you can turn it sideways to fit on CD shelves. The only thing is, it's a little long. If it didn't have that cardboard, the styrofoam piece, then it would be like probably fitting on all CD shelves too. So like maybe that's a downside, but it's like pretty good.
If you want a substantial box that like feels like something, like, yeah, I think it's the perfect size. Like the fact that it's even shorter than a DVD case, like, oh, it is, the height I think is perfect. I guess the only thing I don't like, it's a little bit thick. I really like DVD cases and like jewel cases because you can get a billion of them. But you know, in terms of like, let's say we're not just making a warehouse of 1,000 NES games, yeah, I think it's pretty much the perfect size. I'm gonna go with 5 for size.
You're going with 5?
I got no problems with an NES game because it's NES and we overrate everything in NES.
I'm gonna go 4.
That's fine.
No, is that 4? I'm gonna go 4. I'll just say 4. I feel very comfortable at 4. Maybe I'll come back and after we talk about more and change my mind. All right, let's talk about art. I think we're going lower than Atari on art for here, right? Or are we going?
Are
at
you
a 4?
serious? You would go with 3 for NES art?
I don't feel it's like a 3, but I don't feel like it's a 4. Because some of the art is so atrocious and bad. Some of it's pretty good though, but like I don't feel like it's as classic. Like, what is an art piece on a Nintendo game where you're like, holy shit, I would love to hang that up in my house?
All right. Wow, you're gonna really get me that much? I'm thinking of like Black Box's like iconic Post-it art. I think all the Black Box games were literally made of Post-its and take like a photograph of them because they couldn't get like the actual pixel art output from an NES.
Is that true?
I'm pretty sure that's true, it's fascinating. Yeah, go look at your Super Mario Brothers box. That's a bunch of like individual squares, and you can even see it in some places where like they're not exact pixels. Like they're not perfect squares. Like you'll see the spots where it's not exact. Anyway, I think like the Black Box is super cool and iconic. And I'm trying to think of like some of the better games, like, and then like Legends of Zelda.
The art
what?
Look, think about the art on like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has like pretty cool art, right?
It's all right.
Original. Okay, and like Iron Sword looks like kind of bad, like because it's like a photo. We have some of those. Like the Mario art is like cute and distinct, but like there's not too many that like I don't know. There's just the feel. It's just not quite the same feel. Like 1942 and 1943 have interesting boxes.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely pick out good ones. I mean, all right, maybe you're convincing me that's a 3. And really, it was the statement that like, how many NES boxes can you think of off the top of your head that you would hang up in your house? Yeah, I think my favorite NES box art is DuckTales 2. I don't know. I really like DuckTales 2, and I wouldn't even hang that up in my house. But like, you tell me like, oh, dude, we got the Missile Command art. I'm like, yeah, all right, hang that up. That's awesome. The guys with the dome helmets on, that's perfect.
Yeah. I agree. Like, I like some of this stuff, and I know people have a lot of this Nintendo art hung up in their house, but
you know, think of like any iconic, like think of Mega Man 2. Like these games have like shit art. Like they're classically terrible.
Hey, Bump and Jump. Come on, let's look at Bump and Jump. RC Pro-Am looks bad. Like Tecmo Bowl is just a 3. Picture.
You convinced me that NES art is overrated, and all you people who collect NES art you should be collecting Atari art, is what we're saying.
Well, like I did not expect you to come along with me on this journey, but I'm glad you did.
I mean, so I really like when companies are completely left to their own devices. I like how every NES game looks different, except for when you get into like the Capcom set and they got their own like weird grid thing going on. I love how that works, but like the actual quality of the art overall, I think it's pretty mid. So
well, and it's the appeal. So some of it's like the art layout too. Like don't forget, the art layout on it is pretty good. I do like the layouts on like the Nintendo box, not the black box ones because they're like smaller, but I think most Nintendo boxes really do a good job, though, of taking up all of the space on the box to be art. So that's a plus in it. So that's why I'm like, I want to give it a 3.5, but you don't want to do 0.5. So I just like, not quite a 4.
Commit.
Like, if we were a 4.5, I would give Atari a 4.5 and I would give Nintendo a 4. But now it looks like I'm a full point off from the two, and that's not exactly true.
Got to use your lower scores. If you rate anything on a 1 to 10 scale and you find yourself never rating anything between 1 and 5, then you're not rating everything on a 1 to 10 scale.
Okay, I mean, I would prefer a 1 through 10 scale actually, but
oh my god, I mean, yeah, all right.
But then we start fighting. It's too much nuance, and we start fighting, and then like, oh, what about this 3 and compared to this 5? And it was okay. That's too much.
Johnny, you rated the NES a 4. I've rated it a 4.25. It's the best system ever made. Just saying. It is.
It's pretty good though. Top 3.
Johnny, over in Japan, they had a different system called the Famicom, which is the same system, but the cartridges were half the size. Because you know what? A Famicom cartridge is like twice the size of a Famicom PCB, and an NES cartridge is like the same thing, but it's 4 times the size of the PCB because they thought Americans are stupid. Although, if we were rating the cartridges, man, a Nintendo cartridge is like 5 out of 5.
So much better.
God, I love a Nintendo cartridge.
Man, Famicom cartridges are garbage.
Oh my, you can't even open them without risking damage. They are the worst. And they're so cheap and light.
Yeah, terrible, feels bad, don't like it.
But Johnny, if you were looking at a shelf of complete in-box Famicom games, how would you feel?
Not good.
I would also not feel good. Very, very colorful. The boxes. So most Famicom boxes are you'd put like in a landscape position. So you have a very small area that you would have showing on a shelf. So really, you're getting like a splash of color and then some text you can't read on the side. I don't think it looks great.
No, it doesn't. And
yeah, I'm going at 2.
You
do get the color. I like the color, but that's kind of all you get.
Yeah, 2 for me as well. Even
quality.
If it's quality. Oh,
what was that?
I'm trying to think of like, because a lot of the boxes are really good. The inner tray takes up most of it, right? Which I like. The
very earliest games. So we don't have to go too far into it, but Famicom has multiple boxes, and then it has like all the weird variant boxes as well. But the earliest games came in very small boxes that were the exact same size as the cartridge. Chef's Kiss, wonderful. Then they had a plastic tray in bigger boxes that I don't know why, to make the boxes a little bigger because it's too small. I don't want to spend $50 on something so small. But there are a few different sizes. If it was just the smallest box, I think I would love it. Because, man, I love a small box, and, man, I love a substantial box, and you can't get more substantial than a cartridge that's the exact same size as the box.
Yeah, and you have the manual in there, and it's just like, just thick, and everything is very good.
I don't like a plastic tray.
I don't like a plastic tray at all. Especially that tray brings down the quality, because those trays crack and get old.
Yep.
Yeah. And like, unlike the dust sleeve and that piece of styrofoam, which lasts until the world ends, these plastic trays are not that.
Johnny, I gave NES a 4. You're telling me I'm going to rate Famicom worse than NES on quality, even though like the Famicom cartridge takes up more of the box?
Yes.
I'm thinking of the rest of the world. All right, fine. I'll go down to 3 for quality. You're going to 2? You're all right. Johnny's biased. He's.
I don't like that plastic tray. It gets old and it yellows and it's ugly.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of plastic trays either. All right. You convinced me. Yeah, there's no way we can give it a 4 with the plastic trays.
Yeah. Like if we're just talking like even the small ones, right? The small boxes, like they still have that plastic tray. Even though it's basically the size of the cartridge, it still has that plastic tray. If that was a cardboard tray, if that was like just a dust sleeve, sure. But even in the small boxes, so I can't do it. Even though I like that the small box looks beautiful. It's like just small, but also like it's in landscape, but like half the time the name isn't on the end. So it's like, ugh. Yeah.
All right, Johnny, how we feel about the Famicom box size?
I feel pretty good about the size, actually.
If every box was the same size, I would be like 5 out of 5 here. And it might go back to that small box. Man, I love Famicom small boxes. There's only like a dozen or 2 of them.
It is inconsistent, though.
Yeah. So, like, most of them are like the medium-sized boxes. So there is like a standard size. It's not crazy. Oh, if actually any size. If they just picked a size and freaking went with it, so it could just be consistent, you wouldn't have all these like weird little outliers. Because it's not just the different sized like landscape boxes. They also have like the Namcot games come in these plastic cases.
Yep.
And they've got some games that come in big boxes. There's like a series of Power Pad games that comes in a bigger than normal box. And it starts killing you with all the little variants. So I would go, I'll probably go 5 if they were all just the rectangular boxes. Maybe a 4 if it was just the rectangular boxes without all the other crap. But I think I have to go down to a 3 just because of how much crap there is.
I mean, it's not just like the Namcot box of plastic, but Gimmick comes in a dumb plastic box. What is it? Bubble Bobble comes in a dumbass box, right?
Bubble Bobble comes in a pencil case.
No, Bubble Bobble 2. Doesn't that come in like
What?
a weird tray?
I don't know what Bubble Bobble 2 looks like on Famicom, but Bubble Bobble literally came in a pencil case.
Which is wonderful, and I love
Yes.
that. But it's also...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the Famicom Disk System Bubble Bobble. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the sizes are just all over the place for me.
It's a problem we don't have on NES, which is it like
Right.
we like named like 3 big exceptions on NES, and with Famicom it's all over the place.
Yeah. God. Okay, I'm going to give it a 3, but I feel it's more like a 2.5.
I know what you're saying. It's crazy how low we're rating Famicom, considering how good it would be if it was just the one good box.
Yep. But here's where I'm going lower than I think you. I think the art on most Famicom, like I think Japanese art most of the time gets it better, but I think like a lot of the Famicom art was not good.
No, I'm there with you.
Like on Super Nintendo, completely reverse. Like every time I see a Japanese cover, I'm like, why is this so much better? But on Famicom, I'm like, eh.
They've got a lot of chibi characters, a lot of Japanese like cartoony style. Like if I think of a Famicom box, I'm thinking of like an Adventure Island like box with that kind of style.
It's like some of it, but some of it's like bad. Like it doesn't have like the appeal of like Wild Gunman versus Wild Gunman, right?
Wild Gunman is like an especially terrible Famicom box.
You know, but I think about it a lot. And then like, Adventure Island's out there. The Mega Man art is weirdly better, right? Like,
Yeah, the Rockman art is pretty good. I mean, it's mostly a logo. That's another problem it has is that like the box is really too small to do anything incredible with it.
and that's part of my problem. That's why I'm giving it a 2, because it doesn't do a good job of showcasing the art. The appeal of that box is low.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I'm on a 2 with the Famicom boxes.
All right. We agreed. All right. Famicom.
That leaves you with a 2.25 for Famicom and me with a 2.5. I think we've been agreeing on most of these. We're really only a point off in any given section so far.
And that's good variance. People are going to have different opinions, and like we are not the same person.
Johnny, let's go on to a very unique box. The Famicom Disk System, a small plastic case that in another world had the ability to be my favorite video game box of all time. So if you don't have any Famicom Disk System games, this is like maybe like a 6 by 6 centimeters square and 1 centimeter thick. And it's just a flip top plastic case. And then inside it just has the manual, which is the same size as the case, and the disc. It's like a floppy disk. That's the exact same size as the case.
Yeah, you know what it doesn't have any, though? It doesn't have any shelf appeal at all.
It doesn't have... So the actual case itself, it's a clear case, and there's no art printed on it whatsoever. So it's a plastic case that lets the manual shine through. But the problem is the plastic is so thick, it like makes everything a little blurry. And then the side of this case is just flat gray. So if you were looking at a shelf of Famicom Disk System games, all you can see is gray. So the shelf appeal is literally 0. But I guess I will go to the minimum of 1.
Yep. All right, I'm glad we agree. Like, it's terrible on the shelf. Like, if you can get them forward and they're small enough that you kind of can, where you could, like, stagger them, but, man, ugly on the shelf if you just have the spines out. Quality. How are you feeling about the quality? Because I have some mixed feelings about this.
Oh, you have mixed feelings? All right, tell me about your mixed feelings.
Okay, and here's why. Like, I like that the manual goes in front. I think it looks good. I think it does a good job of protecting it, and the disc, like, I find it's not like even too brittle. Sometimes I feel like the thing, I guess it's mainly because I feel like sometimes it's missing the outer box. It's like, did it need the 2-tier system there? But I guess that's true, it did, because that's where the manual goes. Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. Like, I don't know what my real complaint is here.
Okay. I love a Famicom Disk System box.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm trying to find fault because I want to be critical, but I'm like, actually, it's like really good.
So if you guys, let's pick a relatable example. Everybody ordered the Mario and Zelda modern Game and Watches, and they all came. The box has like a built-in box protector. It comes in like a little plastic box, and you get it. And even though Amazon shipped it in a bubble mailer, you're like, oh, it's still in perfect condition because it's like in this nice plastic case. And the Famicom Disk System cases are like this thick plastic case, and it's just never going to get damaged. You never look at a Famicom Disk System game and you're like, oh, that one's not really in good enough condition for me. Because they all look fine, because they're all made of like this thick plastic. It's like it's almost like a box protector from a company that you don't want to use because it's too thick, but like they made it work in terms of how it all fits together. Yeah, I'm going 5. Like, there's nothing wrong with the Famicom Disk System box at all.
It's 5. I went 5 as well.
Okay. Size, Johnny?
Oh, the size is so good. It's so good.
5. Oh my, I wish
5.
every video game was this size. It is like thick trading card sized. Man, I wish these games looked like anything on a shelf because they are the best. I love them. No one has ever held a Famicom Disk System game and wanted it to be any other size.
It feels so good. We don't need to talk about it too much because it is so...
Again, if you don't have any, imagine just holding a stack of 3 floppy disks. And if you're Gen Z, I can't help you. Sorry, I don't know anything else that's that size.
It's really good. It's difficult for me because it is so very good. But yeah,
Johnny,
it might be the best. But
I think it's a little thick. It's not even as thick as like an NES game. Considering how small it is, it's like a little thick, but yeah, it is. It might be the best size. All right, we don't have to harp on it. It's amazing.
So, and let's go to the art, and I'm going to tell you something that it does that I like a lot. So, because the art is just the manual, like I love that. Like I don't have to have 2 different things. It's like the case is well protected. It just does a good job of showcasing the art, and with how small it is, they did a good job of making the art fit within that size. And like, even though the top is maybe a little too big, but I think they mostly did a really good job of making the art pop on the box when you're looking at the front of it.
But
it's a little small.
But you're looking through a thick piece of plastic at a wavy manual, like compared to a real box where it's bright and popping.
But that's on the box, not on the art.
But I mean, it's how well the box presents the art.
It is
and
art
objectively
appeal.
Does a bad job of it.
It is the appeal. So that's why I think I would give it a 4 and not a 5. Like I think the art
what? This is the first one where we disagree.
Maybe it's a 3, but like I mean, like you don't like. I think the art is unique for the system too. I think it got like better art than the NES and like a broader style of art. Some interesting things going on. Like what?
Like specifically speaking of the manual art, I think the manual art's okay. Speaking of the case as a whole, you got 3 sides of this case are completely gray, like nothing on it. The top side, you could see there's a little insert that tells you the title of the game. And then the other part, I can't remember if I think it's the manual. So you're just seeing like the pages of the manual. So it's just like nothing. And then you flip it to one side, you see the front of the manual through the case. You flip it to the other side, you see like part of the disc in the little paper disc holder. And it just feels like, like looking through one of those transparent Game Boys. Like I'm seeing something I'm not supposed to be seeing.
Oh, see, I like that you see like the little Nintendo on the disc at the bottom. I like that.
I don't know. I don't like seeing the disc and stuff. I think
you want to punish it for not having like top art and stuff. Because
definitely, yeah. I mean, that's part of shelf appeal, but like, there's nothing to a box except showing you the contents, and like the contents aren't the most visually. It's not like they designed the manual and disc to be the most visually interesting thing to look at.
Yeah, I don't agree with you here, because I think if you just pick it up and look at the front, that's like where your art is focused, and you're like, this looks pretty cool, like. And they did like such a good job with the spacing. I agree with you that the case that it's in kills the art appeal because it like just blurs it and makes it worse than it had to be. That just had a better clarity on the case.
It's not even clear plastic. They've got these diagonal lines running across it.
It's not good.
I don't know why. Maybe they did that to make it more visually interesting, but like they're just putting something in between you and the art. I'm going Famicom. 2, Johnny. I mean, they're all right.
You're going for 2? All All right.
The art was printed directly on the box. It could be a 3 or 4, but I love the idea of a tiny plastic box. I just wish that the art was on the box or something. It wasn't. I don't like the clearness. I don't like the transparency at all.
So, like, I also like that the art doesn't get damaged because, like, on a cardboard box, you know, if the box gets dinged, the art is damaged. Here, it's, like, perfectly protected, and, like, theoretically, you could swap out the case if, like, the case breaks and the art is always intact. I love that.
The case is unique to the game because the UPC sticker on the back is unique to each game.
That's why I said theoretically.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is, in a vacuum, this is one of my favorite boxes. But when we get down to, like, shelf appeal and art, I think those are the big weaknesses. But, like, maybe number 1 for quality and size.
Oh, man, the size is so good. Could you imagine if they'd just done a good job on the sides?
Yeah. If they did something. I guess you're supposed to look at them from the top, but even that looks horrible and ugly.
That's just, like, non-standard. It's not what we're, like, thinking about. Let's get out of here.
We didn't even say this, but inside this plastic box, the floppy disk, essentially, is held in another plastic case. So it's like it's in this high quality jewel case already, and then you slide it into it's like a hard plastic case, and you slide it into the soft plastic case. It just feels like the most solid thing in the world. It's amazing.
Well, right. Tyler, I just want you to know that we're an hour into this, hour and 25 minutes into this episode. We got a long way to go.
We're getting there to 3DS and PSP. Don't worry, guys. Sega CD, PS. Oh, it's all coming. This is going to be a 4-hour show talking about boxes.
The longest episode we've ever done coming up right here, and that's saying something. Definitely make this your weekly podcast. Jesus Christ.
Johnny, you put Famicom Disk System at a 3.5. I've got it at a 3.25. But it's so unrateable because of the reasons we talked about. It's beautiful. In a perfect world, this could be the best thing ever.
Anyways, near and dear to my heart, Super Nintendo. I love the shelf appeal of the Super Nintendo. Some people don't like that it's all black. I can understand that. I love the consistency of it. It's like, okay, you don't need the mishmash to make it consistent. There's like a few weird boxes that like stick out. Riddick Bowe, Final Fight Guy. These are like it though. The rest of them, all consistent. Beautiful.
Also, Final Fight Guy sticks out, and it's like an oh shit game, so it's kind of good that it sticks out. It's like, oh yeah, I got Final Fight Guy. You could just look at myself and see right away. It's the orange one.
Yeah, but I will tell you, there are some issues with the box design, and like some of them don't have like the little Super Famicom logo in the right place. Sometimes some of the labels, but these are like weird nuances. If you just look at it as a whole on a shelf together, it all looks really good. I love it. It's hard for me to imagine, like, yeah, it's a 5 for me. I like, and you can call me biased here, and we already know I am, but yeah, I think they look beautiful on the shelf. I will give you the knock that because they are black, when it gets dinged, you like that whiting, you can see, like you get, it's called color break, so you can really get that if there's damage, you can see it from a distance, but yeah, I like it a lot.
I don't know if I'm gonna rain on the parade here. I'm thinking I don't know if it's a 3, Johnny. Let me look up a
3. How are you at a 3?
I don't like the consistency. I like the consistency in making little like
the
publisher
most consistent thing.
No, so I like having like 30 games or 20 games that all go together within a set. But like having everything just black, and so like every single game is just like, okay, here's the logo on the side of the box. But then you look at like NES and it's like, oh, here's the logo, but we also have like some of the art bleeding over from the side of the box.
You get that. You get that in games.
You get that in games?
You on Super NES, like F-Zero's got one of the little racers on there. Super Mario Kart's got the Lakitu.
No, look at that. I'm Johnny, like it's like half is the like 2/3 of the box is the logo, and then a third of the box is the little Super Nintendo logo.
It's also, they're nice and big, so you can read them at a distance. Like, lots of games you can't do that with. Like, when we get to PlayStation, it's, like, so tiny. Even though it's consistent the same way, the text is too small. This is, like, it's big, but it's not horrible. Like, you can read it from a distance. It's picture-worthy. You can know what you're doing. Yeah, it is so good.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like compared to like what am I going to be given like DVD cases? I mean, I do like that it's cardboard.
I just don't. I think you're going to get to your rating system later. Like, what are you comparing this against? Like, what does this fall down against? Also, like, the player's choice set in this, like, all you do have is a gold badge. You don't have an obnoxious color sticking out. Like, so it fits in still nicely with the set.
All right. It's all consistent. I'll give it a 4. You've convinced me. I just realized you're at a 5, so you're not even convincing me to get up to the same thing. But yeah, all right.
No.
4 for shelf appeal, mostly on the consistency of everything.
All right. Okay, let's talk about quality. So because they're black, again, we talked about color break a little bit. So that's like a little bit of an issue for me. It does have like a pretty good cardboard inner tray that is nice. The flap is the right way. The one thing that Super Nintendo boxes have and like NES boxes, sometimes you can damage them while you open them because like if you just like, thumb that tab too hard, just yank up, you get that thumb crease that like most of your boxes probably have if they were just ever owned by a child, even by adults who didn't give a shit. So like I find that to be like a consistent issue. I didn't bring that up on NES, but I could have. I feel like it's worse on Super Nintendo because the flap is a little bit thinner or like larger. So I feel like it gets it more, but the insides hold the content pretty well. Like manuals and everything, pretty consistent. They sit well in the box. So I think I'm at like, oh God, I think I'm probably at a 4.
Yeah, I'm probably there too, for the same reasons. Aren't the left side, this is probably not consistent. You're the Super Nintendo expert.
That's consistent, the little purple tab.
Yeah, in most cases, the left side of a Super Nintendo box has locking tabs, and the right side of the box has non-locking tabs. So you're supposed to open the right side of the box.
Yeah, so you can tell when some mongrels had it and just like has pulled open the left side of the box. You're like, what are you doing?
That Mega Man X that I got at Midwest, the one that's like super nice, it's got like the shrink wrap on. They like clearly just cut open that little flap and they opened the wrong side of the box. They opened the side with the locking tab, like a stupid idiot. But like, who was gonna know that in like 1992, right?
They give you that like little purple thing, like it's a visual indicator, which is a smart thing to do, but they don't explain it.
Yeah, it's like that's got to be in like some design book. Like, here's how not to indicate that this purple thing means anything.
Yeah. I mean, I've got some issues when we get to the art too, like the stupid stuff printed into the side. But anyways, I'm at a 4. You're at a 4.
I'm at a 4. Yeah, usually I pick up a Super Nintendo box. For a cardboard box, it feels pretty heavy. It feels like a nice box.
Yeah. It fits a map nice, and it doesn't have that problem that NES has where like you can't get things back in there once you open it. Like you can get everything back into a Super Nintendo box, which I appreciate. They will take a little bit more crushing damage, but as long as they have a tray in there, it's like usually it fits most of the box pretty well. So it does a good job of protecting it, but it's a little wider too. So sometimes that prone to a little more damage.
Size, Johnny. Where are we going?
Okay. I like the size a lot. It's a little fat, maybe, but
it's definitely a little too thick, especially considering the size of the cartridge.
It is. Like, it could be a little shorter and a little tall, but that keeps it consistent with NES and N64. So
but I appreciate it could literally be the thickness of an NES box. But some guy was probably like, "But it's the Super Nintendo. It's got to be bigger than the NES box." It's what
Super Nintendo carts are wider than an NES cart.
Okay. You could fit a Super Nintendo cartridge in an NES box if you really wanted to, though.
Yeah, I mean, you could put a different, like if you didn't have like a cardboard thing, if you just like dropped it in the box in a thin dust sleeve, like, yeah, okay.
It's not a 5 because it's too thick.
No, it's still like a 4 for me. I think it's a little big. Yeah, it's a little big, and that like kind of damages a little.
I don't know if I'm giving it a pass because it's the Super Nintendo, like. Because I am I a 4 or a 3, Johnny? Because if this was like Atari Jaguar, I'd be like, oh, these stupid big fucking boxes. But because like I'm holding like a Super Metroid.
Look, we're gonna have the same conversation. We're gonna talk about the N64 and how they did that wrong compared to the Super Nintendo, and there's the same size box.
What? All right.
Yeah.
Oh, come on! I can't give a 4. It's so big. I like small boxes.
You want to give it a 3?
No, because I'm looking at DVD cases, and I'm not really a big fan of those either.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna give it a 4. Fine.
Like
No,
if
I'm
it's
giving it a 3.
between.
Fuck it. It's too big. It's a nice box. It's a little too big.
Okay, well then when you get to CD cases, you better be telling me they're too small
All right.
to like read them because the size also gives legibility to this thing.
All right, Johnny. Art on the Super Nintendo.
But I do want to say one thing. And size and proportion is a little subjective because sometimes the size and proportion of a thing is what makes it interesting too. And like it's too big, but maybe that's part of the charm of it. I'm looking at you, Sega CD. But we'll get there later. Art. Okay, it's a 3 for me.
Johnny, if you look at if you bring up a grid of like everybody's favorite 40 Super Nintendo games, Super Nintendo has some dope ass box art.
It does. But they fuck up the layout.
Much of it is like cropped and has the stupid black borders, and it's so frustrating.
That's why I made this category specifically art appeal and not just art, because like I wanted to take out how they showcase the art on the box rather than just be like the art on these games is great, but like how you showcase it is important, and they did a fuck job of it. Just like such good art, such bad layout, just God, wasted space. There's so much. Why is it so big? Why couldn't it just go to one end? Like especially when you see like the full art Super Bomberman box and you just know what could have been. It really hurts my heart.
Yeah, it is. It's frustrating considering how good the box is. Another big problem is that a lot of the Japanese games have the same box art for America, but the Japanese boxes are portrait style and the American ones are landscape, so they just kind of shoved it in somehow a lot of the time. But yeah, I'll go with 3 because the art is awesome.
It's seriously, go look at like the Super Bomberman box and just be like, oh, we could have had that, like, because there's like a full art box of that, and you're just like, oh, but instead we have this.
Yeah,
why?
I think Secret of Mana is the biggest tragedy because that's one of the best box arts of all time, and you get like a third of it on Super Nintendo. And the thing is, it still looks good, but the whole thing is like the majesty of this tree, and you get just the stump on the Super Nintendo one.
So stupid. Like Nosferatu is another one I always think of. I'm like, man, this art is sweet on the Super Famicom and still pretty good on the Super Nintendo. But then you look at the Super Famicom and the layout's better, and you're just like, Super Metroid also classically just like gets impaled by the fucking layout of this box. Ugh. Anyways, it's a tragedy. I'm at a 4 and you were at a 3.5. And I feel like objectively that's the best I can do.
All right. I'm there with you. I guess I'm not there with you because I rated it differently. But
do you like things a little smaller than me?
I do like things small.
Yeah.
Johnny, let's talk about... We're not talking about every Japanese console, but we're going to talk about the Super Famicom because it is one of the more popular ones. And
I promise some of these games, like systems that when they start to have the same style case, we can talk about them more condensed. So we'll get through a little quicker. But
all right,
hang in there, guys.
How are you feeling about a Super Famicom shelf?
It's inconsistent is my problem. Like titles and like layouts. I think it looks mostly good. It's a little short maybe for me for how wide it is.
So, all right, here we go. Are you imagining someone putting... So a Super Famicom box, if you don't have one, it's imagine an NES box, but like almost 2/3 as thick, like the width of it. So it's a thinner box. It's a very
VHS,
very
it's
tall
a VHS.
box. Yeah, VHS. There we go. It's like a VHS tape. So you don't know, are you going to put the side out or are you going to put the top out? Because
well, and some games aren't. Some games they have just like some are panoramic and some are landscaped. It's just inconsistent. Yeah, I find it to be inconsistent.
It's all right, and I don't know if I like a Super Famicom box.
I don't think the titles look as good on the side, like compared to Super Nintendo. It doesn't stand out as much.
A lot of people put them facing, so the way they've saved space is facing top out, and it's just the titles. A lot of the times they have like the Super Famicom logo, but a lot of games don't have that. Considering how good the box art is on all these games, Super Famicom, like top console for box art, I think it is lacking a little bit of shelf appeal.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Someone's gonna crucify us for that. I'm going with like a 3.
I'm a 3 with you.
All right.
Like,
I think part of the reason is if I see like 400 Super Famicom games together, I just imagine like, oh, well, like 200 of those must be just like garbage because some of the garbage Super Famicom games are so cheap. I know that's like biased, but I don't know. I feel like I can instantly look at, and it could just be a language thing. Like maybe I just see like the top Super Nintendo games more than the top Super Famicom games, but I could look at a Super Nintendo shelf and be like, oh yeah, there it is. We got Yoshi's Island right there. We got Super Mario World. We got Super Metroid. We got Mario Kart. And if I can't read the side of a box of Super Famicom, I just like assume it's garbage a lot of the time.
The other thing is some of it is in English and some of it isn't in English, and like there's not a consistency to it, which like hurts the appeal of it.
All right, quality of a Super Famicom box, Johnny.
Pretty
It's
good.
got a plastic insert.
It does, which I don't like. That one holds up better than the Famicom one, though, for some reason. I don't know.
It is thicker, I think. Yeah, the Famicom ones are pretty chintzy. A lot of the Famicom ones have like cracks from when people pulled them out and broke one of the corners. I think I see that less on Super Famicom.
Yeah, I feel that way. I think this box is pretty good. Quality, like, I think the edges stay relatively sharp. I like that the plastic tray has like a pull area that you can like get it out, so it's not just like all crammed in there. But that also leaves space for a little bit of crushing sometimes. So I kind of go back and forth on that. But the corners are still filled in. So it's usually like, it's doing a pretty good job. I don't have any real problem with the Super Famicom box as far as quality. Like, the
I don't really
manual's a little small, but that's not really the quality of the box. I think it's pretty good. Like, I don't have an issue.
All right.
And like go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm going 4 because it's not a 5. Because Famicom Disk System is like my 5 for quality, and I don't think anything's going to touch that. So,
yeah, I mean, it can still be damaged. It's still cardboard. I'll go with you. But it's like pretty good. Like, I don't want to, like, again, if I had a 4.5, I'd probably just be at a 4.5.
Size, Johnny.
Size. So, again, this could be a smaller box, right? Like, it could be the size of the cartridge, especially because they didn't, like the manuals, they made a little bit smaller for some reason. They didn't need to. It could fill more in there. But it does lend itself to art really well. It does a great job of showcasing the art at that size, but I think it's at a trade-off for the size. A hand feel for me is a little bit awkward, so I'm like, I don't hate the size, but it's just, for some reason, it feels awkward, and I don't know why.
It's tall.
3.
It's unique. It's kind of a unique proportion because like we don't get like these VHS sized boxes in video games.
And again, this is size and proportion. So it's like a little, it's awkward. It's awkward.
Yeah.
It's an awkward proportion.
I don't like, do you display them on the side? Do you display them on the top? I'm going like a 3.
I'm a 3.
All right.
Okay. Art. I'm like, we had a 5 on the art here. We had a 4. Like,
all right.
because
controversial. I don't know. Controversial. Super Famicom does have like the best box art of all time. The way it's framed is not always like the best. I think there is a little bit of that Super Nintendo. We're gonna put some borders and logo on it. If you just like do a search for Super Famicom box art.
Look at Little Magic. Do you know the game Little Magic?
No, I don't know the game Little Magic off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, like, look at Little Magic. I think they do a really good job of incorporating the title and stuff into the art, not being overly framed. You get some of them. Like, you get F-Zero and you get that big black bar on top, which is stupid. But I think mostly they do a very great job, like, of incorporating the art into the box. Look at Vortex, which you've probably never heard of as well. Looks awesome.
All right,
look,
Johnny. So the problem is a lot of these. Here, let me send you an image.
I just want to say, like, there's also a variety of art styles here. The box
it's awesome. The box art is awesome, and it's got some of that like that I don't know Atari feel. I'll say in that like a lot of these are like hand painted like games that are meant to make the games look incredible that even like some of the NES games didn't have. I don't know why Super Famicom box art is so cool. But Johnny, you got the picture that I sent you up?
Did you put it in? Where did you
I put it on
send
Discord.
Okay. Let me look at Discord. I don't have it exactly. All right, Discord. I'm looking.
All right. So you got your Seiken Densetsu 2. You got your Secret of Mana. It's like the best video game box art of all time. It takes up the entire front of the box. There's no weird bars or anything.
There's two Parodius games sitting next to each other looking awesome. Mega
This
Man
is a
X
painting
looks good.
design for this box. But then look at Super Metroid. Like, you've got this clearly portrait designed box, and then there's a big red bar at the top and bottom because the proportions just weren't correct for the box because the box size is weird. Same thing with Link to the Past. Same thing with Super Mario Kart. Same thing with Star Fox. Same thing with Super Street Fighter. Like, they all have bars because the box is too tall.
But not all of them.
Not all of them. I know you got R-Type.
Look at
That's the full box. You got that Vulcan. Looks amazing. It's the full box.
Yeah.
Too many of them have bars.
Ghost down there. I'm at a 5. What do you like? Yes, there's some problems aside, but like the layout lends itself to the art better, and like Atari has dumb weird borders all over it too, and like even more so, like they framed it with their dumb stuff. This is a 5 for me. I can't imagine getting better, like a better layout for art than this.
All right, I'm going a 4 just because I think the box is too tall for a lot of the art.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm also a Super Nintendo, Super Famicom apologist, so that tracks.
All right, and you've got a 3.75, and I've got a 3.5 for Super Famicom.
Yeah, it's like really the awkward size and the shelf appeal. Like, I wish it was better, and it's not like exactly indicative, but because I love these so much. But
hey, Johnny, we're almost halfway.
Kill your darlings. All right, let's talk about the next one. What do we got coming up next?
Are you really going to rate GBA built-in tray separately, or are we just going to do all the Game Boy ones right now?
Well, I just think it causes, like, we can rank them together if you want. I just think this built-in tray thing causes a weird issue that like the other ones don't have.
Okay.
I think it damages the quality score.
All right,
but nothing else.
Johnny, let's just start
I guess
out.
we can I think it's the same everywhere else except like the quality score takes a hit, and I did this for all of them. And you can kind of tell me if we don't have to like go into that too much.
Johnny, Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance.
And I know they did make some artistic and stylistic changes in between those, but like largely it remained consistent. You can fight me on that if you want.
Yeah, I think there are some stylistic changes. Because I think if you look at like Appeal, like the Game Boy Advance logo is so ugly because it's like the year 2001 in a logo compared to Game Boy, which is like this timeless classic 80s thing. But yeah, all right.
But like Game Boy Color's thing isn't very good. Like I find that whole bar in there to be awkward.
It is awkward.
Like, but, and that's consistent on all of them. It doesn't matter that one looks a little worse than the other. They all look bad.
What are you going on Shelf Appeal for just Game Boy games in general?
I find it pretty high, to be honest. I think the sides look really good on a shelf. I don't think it's perfect, but I'm probably at like a 4. The boxes are very consistent. They're very pleasing, usually pretty easy to read. Thick, but not too thick. Like, could be slimmer, definitely. If we're talking about like the ratio, then the ratio is off compared to the game because the game is so tiny. But overall, I like it a lot.
Oh man, we're not talking about the Japanese Game Boy. Those are some really good boxes. But yeah, though the thing about Game Boy boxes that is so pleasing to me is that they are a perfect square. Maybe this is part of the reason I like Famicom Disk System so much. I love the look of a Game Boy box, especially
they're
on a
not
shelf.
Quite a perfect square, but they're very close.
Oh, you're right. They're not a perfect square. Yeah, I think they look great. I'm going 4 to 5, and a lot of that is just the excitement of seeing complete in box cardboard handheld games because it's the thing that is most likely to get destroyed is a cardboard handheld game. Like not only just because like did more kids play handheld games than console games, but also like they weren't seen as valuable as a console game. Like Pokemon was half the price of a normal console game. That was like a $30 game. It's like the biggest game of all time, and it was seen as like, yeah, but this is just a handheld game, so it's $30.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Man, is there anything more pleasing on a shelf than a GB? Maybe a 4. Yeah, okay, I feel all right at a 4.
Were you about to say than a GBA game?
No, than a Super Nintendo game or NES game on the shelf. Like it's up there. It's up there for me.
So you know more. I've got kind of so many Game Boy games here, and I don't think about their contents a lot. So you might need to tell me more about the quality.
So
I'm not sure if I've got like repro inserts, but I've got cardboard and plastic inserts. Are some of those repros, Johnny?
no, so there was a period of time where some games came with the plastic trays and some came with cardboard, and we could delineate those out. But usually those plastic trays hold up pretty well. You're still finding them. They can be replaced with cardboard ones. They also, like, some games had that like plastic clamshell case that went around them, which I liked a lot. So they did a lot of like quality touches, and like the inserts and stuff could be safely packaged in there, and they weren't like so big that flaps were hitting them and stuff. Like you didn't have to like wedge things into the box. The quality is pretty good. When we talk about the ones with the built-in trays, it goes down for me. I think that's the only thing is the inner tray when the cardboard, it's a little soft. If it was a little more rigid, then it holds up a little better. So I'm at a 4 for quality on these.
All right, I'm going to follow you there. I don't think about the inserts of Game Boy games. I definitely don't open them as much as I handle all the other games. It is a lot bigger than it needs to be. I'll just stick with you at 4 on quality.
Okay, and then 3 for built-in, because that shit just gets games crushed and
fuck built-in trays.
Yeah, it's the worst idea. I understand why they did it, but I wish they never did.
No, to a packaging engineer, it's the best idea. You're telling me we could make this whole box just like one piece instead of multiple pieces? That's brilliant.
Gross. Size. It's a really great size.
It's
really so good. Like, I think I have to give it a 5. I know where you feel about the Famicom disc being your 5, but I think this can also be a 5. They like feel really good. The proportion, it feels so good to hold one in your hand. I don't even like portables, and I'm just like, I love the way these feel in my hand. I love them. And that, like, a jewel case is like kind of similar, but the proportions are slightly off. Like the weight, the balance of it, everything feels good. I really like the way it feels.
I'm between a 4 and a 5, but I might just agree with you and go 5. I also love the Japanese ones, which are smaller, which I think is appropriate for the smaller cartridge. The Japanese ones almost feel like a thick trading card, which I think is pretty cool. I usually think of chonkiness as a bad thing, but I think the kind of chonkiness of the Game Boy games is pretty great. I'll go with the 5, Johnny. I do like. I like
the proportions just work out. It just works out. The ratio, whatever the ratio is, feels kind of the same way the Famicom disc. The ratio just works out so nice in your hand. You're like, this is really good.
They figured.
All right,
it's been downhill since then.
Yeah. Let's talk about art. Okay, and this is subjective on all these.
We're about to rate 20 years of handheld video game art here. 15 years.
Yeah, because I feel like they all kind of suffer the same kind of art problems. You can get really good art problems, really good art, really bad art, but the layout of the art is bad. The bar on the side that says Game Boy, Game Boy Color, or Game Boy Advance is too big. It stands out too much. It takes away from the art. It doesn't matter if the art is great. This layout is terrible. Like, even though the art goes like full, it's especially disappointing because the art goes like almost full screen, and then it's just cut off by this horrific bar, at least on like the Game Boy, and the other ones, it like cuts off hard. GBA's got like sloping in there. It's bad. It's not terrible because like the artwork is pretty subjective, but like mostly pretty good. You don't see like too many tragedy artworks, and you have some really good ones. So I'm at like, I hate that bar so much, and I hate the layout so much. I think I'm at like a 3 or a 2. Does that sound crazy?
I mean, that sounds like what you were saying. So I mean, the bar makes sense because these were all sitting facing forward at Toys R Us, and that big gray bar really let you know which one of the Game Boy games were. You could not mistake it.
It's also like sideways for some reason that like doesn't match up with the art. Like if it had been at the top or bottom, maybe it's more pleasing. I just like placement. Like now I'm like reading, like I'm reading text one way and then another way.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I hate it.
I'm trying to think of a Game Boy game that has like art that I'm really into, and I cannot.
Check out Centipede, alternate art Centipede.
Oh, God, fine. Like that's all right. Would you hang that in your house?
I might. It's really good.
Batman Return of the Joker, that doesn't count because that's not where that art originated from. I might go. Am I going to 2? Is that rude?
No, I think that's fine. Again, it's not. This isn't a judgment on the art per se of the box.
It's also how it presents the art. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, sometimes when the art is so bad or weird, but yeah, even the alternate art centipede box, I'm thinking of Defender instead. Maybe it's GB Game Boy Defender. I think is the one that has but that's like stealing from Atari kind of. Or Asteroids? Is it Asteroids that's the good one? Yeah. There's some good art in here. There's some bad art. I'm not too hung up on that really because I think consistently it's all pretty good and I like the presentation. But I'm still at a 2 because of the fucking layout. It's all the layout. The layout is really just brings it down for me.
I think a problem here is that some of these games, some of the art it's square, and a lot of the subject of an art would fit perfectly on the box, and then they gotta fit the logo on there as well. And sometimes the logo feels a little bit crammed in there when it might have had more space to breathe on, say, like an NES box, where you have the top parts for the logo, and then you got the art right under it. And here it kind of has to be all in one.
And I'll bring up the last thing, which really gets me to the 2, is because so many of these games were, and I use this very loosely, ports from the console version. They're not ever the same game, but they tried to use the same art to tell you this is the same thing. And they crop it and make it look horrible or move the,
I'll go with the 2. You know what? It's a good representation of that too, John. Just because I'm browsing hundreds and hundreds of box arts right now. Super Mario Advance, launch title for the Game Boy Advance. This is the game that is this is the landmark Mario game, which we decided is a remake of Super Mario Brothers 2. I don't know who decided that, but it worked.
This is terrible.
That was the first game I owned, and the first time I played Super Mario Brothers 2. It is Mario picking up a turnip. He's struggling to pick up a turnip, looking up at the logo. Who decided that's going to be the box art of the flagship launch GBA game? What were they thinking? The Super Mario Advance 4, the Mario 3 one, it's got the Mario with the raccoon suit. It's it's amazing. It's the box everyone loves. Man. What were they thinking with Super Mario Advance?
I don't know. It's really bad. And like I said, and then when you get into the cropping issues, it was but then you get to, now if you go look at the Game Boy Advance Japanese version of Super Mario Advance, it's so much better. It's so pleasing and wonderful looking.
You didn't even I didn't even stop to think that the Japanese one might be different. Okay, it is a lot more pleasing because Mario is standing on the thing. And it's still not great. It is weird. I guess they're showing you hey, this is the one where Mario picks up turnips.
Yeah, well, it's got the door in there, and it was but you've got the clouds. It's just just the style and the layout of these boxes works a lot better.
I never stopped to think about this. So it seems crazy in America to remake Super Mario Brothers 2 for the GBA as your big flagship launch game. Is this maybe cooler in Japan? Was Super Mario USA not how big was Super Mario USA? Did more people play Doki Doki Panic? Is this more interesting to them to have it remade?
It became a top seller over there, didn't it? When they re-released it as Mario USA.
It's a common game. Yeah, it must have.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe there's something more interesting in Japan that there's a reason they remade this, or maybe they were just planning to remake all of them from the start and wanted to do it in the dumbest order possible.
Just the worst order. Why couldn't you have just called it Super Mario Advanced Super Mario USA or something? The Advanced is the title, but giving it a numbering system that doesn't align with the numbering system of the actual games is horrific. It's worse than Final Fantasy numbering, and that is saying something incredible.
So, Johnny, we've got 6 Mario games, 6 mainline Mario games to remake at this point. So we got Mario 1, we got Super Mario Brothers 2, the Japanese version. We've got Super Mario Brothers 2, the USA version. Mario 3, Mario World, and Yoshi's Island. Which one of the ones are we going to skip? Mario 2 Japan? All right, that kind of makes sense. That maybe is not to the worldwide taste. And we're skipping Super Mario Brothers? This set doesn't have Super Mario Brothers in it? What?
No, but they put Mario Brothers in every one. They should have just put Super Mario Brothers in every cartridge, but they knew when they went to the classic line that they could just jam it as its own game.
How cool would the Super Mario Advance games be if it was the set of like the 6 2D Mario games? And like they numbered it in order. Like first came out Super Mario Advance and Super Mario 1. And then they just like went from there. That would be such a cool set. It's still a cool set, but the primary thing you do is look at it and you're like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not great. I don't love it.
Right, we're going too hard off on one set of games.
Yeah. We don't need to keep going on this, but Japanese boxes are pretty much better in every sense. Sorry.
Johnny, we got another special guest we're going to talk about, and it is the Japanese GBA. We didn't even talk about Japanese Game Boy, but I guess we think Japanese GBA is special enough to talk about.
Well, it's got like a different layout, and like I wanted to highlight how bad the GBA are. Like basically, I think the Game Boy or GBA art, so the layout from these things is so bad. And then I look at the GBA from Japan, and they did such a better job, even though it's like logo heavy on all of these games. The size and proportion is a little bit off to me, but like I just think the way they present the art like made it its own unique thing that I find a lot more pleasing. Like, but the form factor is worse. So you want to...
What are you talking about? Are you talking about Japanese GBA? Are you saying anything bad about this wonderful box?
Yeah, I think the size and proportions are a little bit awkward, and the shelf appeal isn't exactly what it needs to be.
All right.
Give me your ratings. Give me your shelf rating.
4, I think. I think this has
it's a little short.
Of the... So the proportions are... It's almost like a Super Famicom game put on its side, because this is just the landscape version. It's like it's a box that's much wider than any other box you would think of. But it's also very small, because it's a handheld box. I think it looks very nice because there's so many of the ends. I mean, like, yeah, whatever. Like the end is whatever.
It's thin.
So you can't really see that much on it.
My shelf appeal for this is a 2.
Fine, I'll go 3. I like the box a lot, but all right, you're right. It's
I like
maybe
the
not
box,
the greatest on the shelf.
Yeah. So quality, good. Quality's pretty good. Does have that like plastic tray, which I don't like. So I'm still at a 3.
Have cardboard trays.
Is it cardboard?
I'm pretty sure most GBA games have cardboard trays.
They have a tray. Do I have a plastic tray?
I mean, it's a tray. It's not a bad tray. I know what you mean by the squishiness of like original Game Boy trays. I don't think these feel squishy at all.
Okay.
I'm going 4, and literally it's just because I'm keeping Famicom Disk System as my number 5. But yeah, I like a Japanese GBA box.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? It's hard to argue with Nintendo quality. Most of the time they get it right. Most of the time. We'll talk about sometimes they get it really wrong. Size and proportions. Go for it. Because I think this is a 3. I'll just tell you my score right now. It's a 3. I like the way it looks, but it doesn't feel as awkward as the Super Famicom game, but it's kind of got that same layout going. But it's just a little awkward. It's a little thin. It's a little long. The proportions are just a little off for me.
It's a 5, Johnny. It's a beautiful little box. There is nothing I like more in video game collecting than a nice little box, and it's a nice little box. And it's unique because it's landscape, and most games are more square or portrait. I love them. I love them so much. They're adorable.
Okay, let's get to the art then. I think the art here is a 4 because you got all like this cool like art, and I know a lot of it's logo focused and stuff, but I think they did a really good job of showcasing the art, unlike the way that the GBA and GBC. Maybe I just feel, because I feel so strongly against the American version, I really like the way this is. And it like harkens back to Super Famicom and how much I like the art layout there. But still not perfect to me. So less good than a Super Famicom, but still pretty good. Giving it a 4.
Yeah, I'm also going 4. I don't think that the art is on the level of like Super Famicom, but all the GBA shit gets out of the way. Like sometimes you get like little bars, but man, look at like Zelda Minish Cap. It's just Link and the stupid hat in a forest, and it takes up the entire box. It's super nice. I like it. I think so. I would also rate the Japanese Game Boy games very high, but they have a problem where like a lot of them have like a silver border and all that, and that's like Love a box that doesn't have any stupid logos and borders, Johnny. So I'll go 4.
Yeah, no, like I'm saying, the layout of it is brilliant. If it was, yeah.
Also, these boxes, just to go back to the size thing, they're thinner than a Game Boy box. Oh, they're just they're so nice, Johnny. I can't believe you don't.
It's just a little. The proportions are just a little thin.
It's the same proportions as a GBA cartridge. It's adorable.
No, not the
adorable.
The box. The box is. It's just like, and it's hard to get on a shelf. It doesn't because of the proportion. It doesn't look quite as good. On a
so it
shelf.
does kind of sink into shelves. Like there's no good way to show it on a shelf a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But
I think
it's the Famicom thing where like they've got these adorable little landscape boxes, but Famicom's problem is like they changed it too many times, and on GBA it's like 2,000 games and they're all the freaking same. It's good stuff.
All right,
I'm a 4 on Japanese GBA. You're a 3.25.
So I realized that maybe I shouldn't have put these all together, but I feel like Sega Master System should be brought into its own thing, really. But I put these together, but they don't actually. There's a lot of categories that fit, but I feel like when we get to art, we're going to unfairly punish Genesis versus Sega Master System. Do you think I should break it out?
Yeah, whatever. Break it out.
All right. So we're going to talk about Sega Master System. So why don't you tell me about the shelf appeal of Sega Master System games?
Oh, white grids, huh? Man, that looks just as good as Super Nintendo, huh?
Inconsistent white grids.
Inconsistent. What, you're telling me that the Bomber Raid or whatever, you're gonna notice that one's black instead of white?
Yes.
I mean, it's a 2 max. I don't know if I can go to 1. Am I going to 1? It's pretty ugly.
Oh yeah, I do not like it.
Oh wait, Bomber Raid's not black. What's black? Oh, Bomber Raid is black. Wait, Bomber Raid has a white variant? I'm looking at a British version. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, there's like 2 black box teams. Maybe the other black box is like a... There. Anyways, the blue bars, some have like that thick blue bar on them. Some have like... It's not a white grid. It's like lightly colored. It's like they turn the opacity like down on the art to make it almost white.
So they clearly had some design recommendations on how to design your box, but the grid that's on the back is not consistent between games. Some of them have thicker lines, some of them have different sized boxes. It is just the worst. It's like their guideline was just like, it's got to be a grid, you know, like, I don't know, like 3/4 of a centimeter boxes, I don't know, centimeter box, like whatever, like how thick are the lines? I don't know, sometimes they're almost transparent, sometimes they are super thick and bold. Johnny, I'm going to 1. These are like the ugliest fucking boxes.
Look at Ghosts and Goblins though. There, it's like it's really bad.
The look at like what could have been and like
but even then, like I said, the opacity's turned down for some reason. It's just like no.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sega Master System. I'm going to...
Yeah, I'm with you, actually. It is... The shelf appeal...
And also, I think it's like Super Nintendo for me gets a bump because like I'm like, oh, damn, Super Nintendo games. Those are awesome. And Sega Master System does not get any bump for being, damn, those are Sega Master System games.
But also, like, half the titles are too small to read. Some are like overly bold and like bubbly and like the text crushes together. It's not clean. It looks terrible.
I am here to bash Sega Master System all day. Shout out to everyone in our Discord who collects Sega Master System really seriously.
Oh man, wait. Quality. Let's just move on to quality. It's got a hard plastic shell. Is that good?
No, we talk about this a lot. As hard as that shell is, it does not protect your manual. And oh my god, have you ever seen a nice Sega Master System manual? You know how sometimes you get a game and you like bring out the manual, like, damn, look at this manual. You have never said that about a Sega Master System manual in your life.
I mean, maybe when it was brand new, but not in the way we collect them.
Yeah.
I hate these boxes. I hate hang tabs. Just so terrible.
Oh man, talk about the size when we get to that hang tab sticking. I didn't even think about that.
But also, I think the quality of that's like a cheap piece of plastic that breaks. It breaks, or people like no bad, stupid. It like also like the way that box like folds, and since it's just one piece of paper, like it slides around, it gets damaged, it slides up, and there's no fixing that. So
You might be able to
can
put
say,
a piece
oh,
of
well,
foam in there. But yeah, you can't even like ignore the little tabs that hold it in because they're always going to touch the manual in some way. So you gotta kind of like work around them. It's literally set up to make the manual in worse condition no matter what you do. It's not even like a feature you can ignore. You just kind of got to deal with them.
okay. Let's talk about the outer plastic though too. So like that plastic outer sleeve that the paper sits under that like slides around and gets beat up. Hate that. Also that plastic sometimes discolors and makes it hard. Hate everything about it. It's not like, is it a 1? I think it's a 2 for quality for me.
Yeah, I'm between a 1 and a 2, but I think I'm gonna go 2 just because like it is a plastic case. Like that's something. Yeah. It's just kind of the wrong. Everything about it is wrong for being a plastic case.
Yeah, like, and you used to think, oh yeah, well, it's like, I guess your manuals will survive more often, but in worse condition.
I don't even think that. If you had like a boxed Nintendo game, you would find a manual in there way more often than a boxed Master System game. Yeah. I think personally. Because that's the valuable part of like Sega games is the manual, because the boxes so often survive. It's the manual that doesn't.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about the size. The size would be fine if it wasn't for the hang tab.
Oh my god.
It's a little too fat. Also, like I know it's not like noticeably fatter than like the Super Nintendo, but the size of the cartridge and everything, it's just like there's a lot of dead air in that thing that doesn't crush the contents, which is fine. The other bad quality issues get you there. Also, just for like label quality on all Genesis stuff, also brings that quality score down for me. But yeah, size, it's awkward. I think it's awkward.
It is very awkward, especially with the hang tabs. So we go back to that thing where like Intellivision games suck because they don't fit on a shelf unless you set up a shelf for them. And that is the same thing for Sega Genesis, unless you cut off the hang tab, in which case it would fit with all of your books and VHSs that you have, which is why 50% of all Master System and Genesis hang tabs were cut off, because the box is such an awkward size with the stupid hang tab on it.
Yeah, so now you have razor sharp edges on the top of your box to stab you with. I hate this.
It is a little too thick. I'm not going to go a 1, because like when I think 1, I think of like Vectrex, which is just like a box that's just like clearly too big for anything that it needs to. I mean, it needs to have the overlays in there, but it's not the worst. I like the box. Like holding a Genesis game or a Sega Master System game feels good, fine size-wise, but I'm still going to 2, mostly because the hang tab is such a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like the proportions of it aren't awful. The hang tab doesn't like really dip into like the hand feel of it, but it does F up how you get it on a shelf, which kills it for me. If it didn't have that, the score would go up.
Oh yeah.
So
to like a 3.
That hang tab is dropping at a full point for me.
Johnny, how do you feel about the Sega Master System art?
It's a 1. It's terrible.
The art is so bad that it made the shelf appeal a 1. Like there would be something if there was like, I mean, no, there's no consistency. So like it has problems besides the art, but yeah, Sega Master System, maybe the worst box art of all time as an entire set. It's a 1. This is higher than Intellivision for me, but equivalent to Intellivision overall to Johnny. We both rated this a 1.5. The Sega Master System is terrible. Not as a console. It's just mediocre to bad as a console in America. But as a looking at a box, Sega Master System, what are you doing?
Yeah. All right, let's do Genesis. So this is Genesis N32X, which I think can be like put 32X clamshells specifically, which are basically just Genesis games, but just in case someone thinks we didn't think about 32X. Okay.
Let's just talk. Well, 90% of what we're talking about is Genesis, so we're talking about Sega Genesis clamshells.
Yes.
How do you feel about them on a shelf?
It has less of the Master System problem, but still some of it. The inconsistency, I mean, there's like large swaths of it being consistent, like the black box games. The EA games, though, mess up the size, so you have these weird size inconsistencies happening.
The EA games are very frustrating because they're thicker than the normal games.
Yeah, the cardboard box games aren't quite the same sizes either, so there's just like a lot, and it's like big chunks, so you can like chunk it out and kind of make it work. But and then there's like a part that does like the Nintendo thing where it's all just like a mishmash. I wish they would have just committed to all the black grid stuff or all the red or all the mishmash, or like here's our black grid games and then all mishmash, but this went too much. And then the size inconsistencies, it doesn't have a horrible shelf appeal because I think you can make a pretty good Genesis display. So I think I'm going to be maybe generous, but I'm putting it a 3 here.
Yeah, I would say the same thing for the same reasons. I think if you look closer, it's something that will drive me nuts. Again, the same thing with the black box Genesis games. The grids are inconsistent, but the freaking Genesis logos on the side,
oh my
they're
God.
just like, make it whatever size you want. All the Genesis logos are a different size when you start looking at those games. It's crazy.
Okay. So on the red boxes too, have you ever noticed that the striping isn't always the same color? And it's not just sun fade.
Oh, yeah.
You get like just...
Don't make me lower this to a 2. I mean,
No.
It's not, I don't think, because I do like parts of it.
You can make it look like, and it's like, it's because of these other things that I'm getting a lower shelf. You can make a nice Genesis display. You can, I promise. I've done it. I think my Genesis display looks very nice. However, it just doesn't have that consistency for me, and it's got these other problems which drag it down.
Some of the sides have UPCs. Some of the sides don't have UPCs. In general, I don't want to see a UPC on my shelf.
No.
Come on, I'm not at the store.
All right. So we already talked about Sega Master System and for size, for quality and size, and those were 2s, and I think the same thing is here. It's 2s. Let's talk about the art, where I think the Sega Master System is just dog shit on art. I think the Genesis does a pretty good job mostly of its art. What about you?
I think it has pretty good art, and I think it has kind of the same Game Boy thing going on where like the sideways Genesis really cuts into the art.
Yep. I
gives you like
that a lot.
less than a VHS size to showcase the art.
Not all of them are like that though. Like the mishmash games, there's a chunk of them that are like that though. The grid games have all the art going the same way and the text going the same way. It's the red box ones that have that dumb bar, which is so stupid.
Yeah. And I mean the grid Genesis games are like a lot of them have like really nice hand painted art too. Like there's some of the better looking ones. I'm like, oh, collectible. The early Genesis games. And then there's Vector Man, and I'm not going higher than a 3.
Oh, really? Like, I think you could, like, I think minimum is a 3 because some of the art is so good. The layout is like mostly fine. It's just, you get these ones that are just like, it's again, consistency, right? Because you forced me to look at a whole part that's like inconsistently done.
It's fine. I'm going like a 3.
I wish I could give it a 3.5. Does that force me to have to give it a 4 though? So you're at just a 3.
Got that big old Genesis sidebar.
On some of them.
On some of them.
Yeah. And that, I mean, by some of them, I mean half of the set.
That's really annoying.
All right. You got me. 3. All right. Because it is half the set. If it was less than that, then I would be like, okay. And sometimes like the EA games have like this weird thing where they put like art on the top half of the box and then it's just like big logo and like weird like we tried to make the colors look like it's part of the art, but it's not really happening. I don't like it. Or it's like cropped where okay. Again, this is mainly a layout problem for me, not an art problem, because I think some of the art is wonderful.
All right, I agree.
All right. So, I don't know.
We're both at 2.5 on the Genesis then.
So, this I broke out because this is dumb. I don't know why I did this, but it's like, because I just want to talk about the quality of cardboard boxes on the Genesis specifically. The art is going to get like the same score for me, but the shelf appeal is the same for me. I'm at a 3 for shelf appeal on all of these.
You didn't say what we're talking about.
Oh, sorry. This is the Genesis cardboard boxes. These are specifically the ones that have a flip top. So that means it's got like the built-in inner tray, not the slide out tray.
Johnny, if we had more time on this show, considering we're already over 2 hours, I would complain to you about the fact that we are breaking out separate Genesis box variants. We combined 3 entire or Game Boy consoles, but we're gonna break out multiple types of Sega Genesis box specifically.
I just
know. Think you have thought about Sega Genesis box variants more than most people on Earth.
Yeah, probably more like, yeah. I'm probably in the 99th percentile of people who've thought about Genesis box variants.
Yeah, I don't like the cardboard box Genesis games. One, because they're cheaper. Especially when I thought Sega Genesis boxes were good, which I no longer do, you would look at the cardboard box ones and be like, ugh, it's the cardboard ones. Those are the bad ones. I don't like them.
Really, I just look. The shelf appeal, I think they're the same, right? We're just like,
I'm going down. I'm going down to a 2 if we're really going to rate these, because you got to mix that. You got to start mixing box protectors with plastic boxes, which I don't put box protectors on. It's like, just.
Okay. Fine. You went to a 2. But the quality for me is a 1. I don't know what shot quality, because these things suck. Like, they're soft, inner trays, get damaged. They're always awful, especially the EA kind, which is just like, they're bad. These are real bad boxes. I dislike these intensely.
1? I mean, yeah, because they are very thin. Yeah, sure, I'll go 1, whatever.
Dislike it a lot. Size, for me, it's a 2. It's like, and actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. The size is
put it
a
up
3.
to a 3. It doesn't have the hang tab.
Yeah, it doesn't have, better size. Like, maybe even a 4. Is it a 4 then? Because it's like, actually not bad.
Wow. They're kind of thin too, right?
Yeah, they're thinner too. It's got better proportions.
I'm not putting up to a 4. It's fine. It's an average size, I think. Yeah. I would have to be excited about it for it to be a 4.
The art is the same art. It's a 3 for me.
All right. I mean, yeah, it's the same.
Okay. This, I don't know. I did not need to break this out. This is such a small subset. We can skip this one if you want.
Perfect. Let's skip it.
Okay. Hardtop boxes, really the same. The slide boxes, I broke this out, but I didn't really need to, because I feel exactly the same way about these slide boxes as I do about the flip top boxes. So you can just take this as our cardboard box thing. The only thing I would change is the quality on the hard boxes goes up to like a 3 for me, because those are really sturdy and keep everything well. But the slide boxes and the flip tops, the quality is the one that sucks.
Johnny, you get a fucking Sega Genesis slide box that's been handled too many times, and one of the tabs in the tray breaks, and you just got that cartridge flopping around in that tray. Oh God, I hate the Genesis slide boxes so much.
It could be a 0, Tyler. It's just the worst. And it shouldn't be.
The Sega Genesis cases, they are like the firmest. You gotta like scratch your game to put them in there. They're like, and like it like snaps in there. And then the slide boxes is just like, I don't know, man. We got like a little bit of glue holding this together. Hopefully your cartridge stays in place.
Dude,
they went all the way the other way.
Yeah, it's so stupid. And again, then you got like the hardtop ones from Accolade, which are like, those things are like bulletproof almost. Like, just like, what did they make these things out of? Why weren't all cardboard box games made this way? You can pull it out and all the contents are like easily protected and stuff. Looks so good. But these slide boxes and the flip tops are garbage. The manuals are always like crumpled up too. The way you get to the manual is awful. You have to damage the box basically to, this is so stupid. And the cardboard is so thin. If I could give this a 0, I would give it a 0.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, slide boxes are terrible.
Yep. Worse than flip tops, which I hate. Anyways. Let's talk about, we said we weren't scoring them, but we basically scored it. Sega CD, Sega Saturn, and PS1. This is the standard case that we all know. Yes, there is a little bit of variation.
What, PS1? How is PS1 getting in here?
PS1 long boxes. They have the tall, they have the Saturn case.
I don't think those look as nice, though.
What's the difference?
Well, one has black art and one has beautiful blue or white art.
Okay, you want me to break these out separately?
No, I don't. This episode's long enough. It's fine. I'm just going to pretend PS1 long box isn't there, and we're going to talk about PS1 separately.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. I didn't do all the consideration. I was just trying to get this done. All right, let's talk about Sega CD and Sega Saturn. I realized they don't exactly have the same art appeal. So
yeah. Man, I mean, like Sega CD, I almost feel is a 5. I know that's personal bias. I love me a light blue, gigantic Sega CD game. It could be because it was one of the first consoles I really collected. But probably overall it's a 4 with if we're putting Saturn in there. Like Saturn's not as interesting.
Make it a
Saturn
5.
still looks good.
It's fine. It's a 5.
Just put it as 5, just like Tyler, fuck it. What are you talking about?
No, I love these things on the shelf. And look, I have all the problems that it's too big and all this other stuff, but it is very pleasing to look at on a shelf.
Yeah, it's too big, but yeah, once you have it on the shelf, like if you dedicate the space to it, it's like, goddamn, look at all that. Even like Sega CD, you could put an entire Billy bookcase. Like it fills up like 2/3 of the Billy bookcase. Oh man, I love a Sega CD.
Do you want me to drag it down to a 4? Because I can drag it down to a 4 for you real quick.
The cardboard boxes.
Yeah, but I have those as a separate thing. But if you just collected these...
No, you can't really separate I mean, yes, but like no one is collecting just the jewel case Sega CD games. So yes, drag it down to a 4 for me. But what else do you got?
That was it.
Okay.
So let's talk about the quality. I want to love these so much because they look like they should be so big and rugged, but they are not.
They are not.
They are the plastic is very brittle. They're always breaking. No, there's not a good replacement. Yeah, they've kind of made one and it's like kind of working out.
Well, the quality, whatever you think the quality of these is, the quality of the replacement's like a 1. So
I don't know if that's true, but
do you have the replacements? You got like a limited run game?
I do. I have both versions.
I mean, you feel the plastic on the limited run games thing. It feels so much worse than the...
It was the other guy who did his own batches, not the limited. The limited run ones are worse. But there was a guy who
I don't have... I thought there were quality problems with that guy's batches, and he ended up having to clearance them out.
That one, the tab didn't hold the black, black insert.
Yeah.
But the second batch he did held them. But if you just took your old insert and snapped it in there, it worked fine.
All right.
Anyway.
All right. Defending the honor of this things. These are a huge pain in the ass. And not only does the gigantic, fragile front of the case crack, but the hinges snap off, and it's just like, oh, fuck. There's nothing worse than a Sega CD or Saturn game that doesn't have a hinge.
No, this is a 1 for me.
Oh, 1.
They're terrible. Like
but they're hard. They're not cracked though, and you treat them with care, they are.
Let me put it. Never mind. Let me put it at a 2 because whatever it does, it still holds together in some way. Even when that tab breaks and everything, it like somehow still sits together, which I don't understand.
If you want to put it back to a 1, the tabs that hold in the manual never feel good. It always feels like the manual is too thick for the tabs.
It is, and they always get wavy, and that stupid cardboard sponge.
They always get wavy, and like the insert. So what is with the insert on? Like the insert in the back is printed on like tissue paper. They made this gigantic plastic case, and they're like, oh, we don't got any money left over for paper for the inserts.
Yeah, they're. You know what? No, fuck it. I'm doing a 1. The visual appeal of it is high when they are beautiful, but when it like starts to sag and stuff, it gets so sad looking. Also, why did they put the cardboard, like the length of it? Like you should have put a cardboard sheet in this thing. This is not holding the manual they're always wavy. So like what you're supposed
to put the piece of foam in there that everyone threw out, but sometimes the foam isn't thick enough to really like press up the manual.
No,
it's just really meant to keep the disc in place.
Do you want to know there's 3 different thicknesses to those foams?
Oh my god, there's actual like documented variants. That's madness.
Yeah, so there's at least 3 thicknesses, and so sometimes people cobble them together and they won't have the right thickness of foam. Hey, here's a tip for you. You can go buy like 100 of these things on eBay for like $50 and just make your life better. Just put some foam in there. Even though that foam isn't really going to protect that manual because it's still going to sag. I hate it.
So I'm thinking of the worst possible case. Like all right, on the same console, literally like maybe the worst box I could think of is like a Sega CD cardboard box. Like they deteriorate the second you look at them. So no Sega CD quality. I'm going a 2, Johnny.
All right, I'll join you. I'll join you in a 2. Let's talk about the size and proportions. Despite how we've talked about small and like compact, and like fitting on a shelf, for some reason these work for me. I just like them. I like the way they look.
When a comedian does a joke and like it's funny, and then they do it too much and it's not funny, but then they do it like so much again that it becomes funny again. It is so oversized that it's like it's delightful how too big it is.
Yeah.
It's because like we were just complaining about in television. It's like, fuck, a television's too big, but like it's not too big and like. any kind of delightful way. The fact that these are jewel cases, something that is normally so small and so form-fitting to a CD, there's something pretty nice about these.
Yeah, these are the clown shoes of video game boxes for some reason. It's like, I don't know why this works, but it worked out.
It makes no sense. It's not consistent with any other things. I'm going to 4. I love a Sega CD game, Johnny.
I'm with you, and it's like part of it is that shelf appeal. They just look nice.
Yeah.
Art. Let's talk about the art.
All right. I don't think that the art maybe matches the shelf appeal for Sega CD games.
It sure does not. The art isn't necessarily bad either, but it does have the text going the wrong way, which I hate. The bar. It's got that bar. It does have nice full art like that fits over the whole thing, but the stupid blue bar drags it down for me. I hate this blue bar.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I don't know. Can I even think of that many games that are really like amazing art?
Also, the blue bars aren't consistent. Some have like the blue and some have like the blue and white. And
someone was asking me recently, like, what is the stripes on Snatcher signify? It signifies fucking nothing. It's just like, oh, we thought this game was cool. We're going to put stripes on this one.
No, they all have stripes. Some have gray stripes you hardly see.
Oh, yeah. Well, the white stripes. Like, did the printer run out of like the ink? Like, I don't know what happened there.
It looks bad. Also, the Sega CD isn't always in the same place on the game. Sometimes it's up and sometimes it's down.
Don't show me that. Don't tell me that stuff. And some of them are like the dark gray and some of them are like the white.
Yeah,
don't tell me
some of them can be foiled and some of them cannot be foiled. Some of them are centered. Yeah, this is... This...
I don't know. What do you want me... We want me to give it a 2? Like, what are we doing here? What did the Sega Genesis... like the art, there's clearly not enough. There's not as much great art as the Sega Genesis has. Sega CD has 150 games.
I'm at a 2. I will give you a 2. And this is the same. I have all the same issues with the PS1 and the Saturn on the art. I feel the same way about the size. All the size works. All of this is all the same for me. It's just like the shelf appeal is a little different.
Yeah, so we could just keep that the same for the Saturn and PS1 long box, and I'm just gonna go like a 3 for Saturn shelf appeal and a 2 for PS1. PS1 long box never did anything for me. I don't know why. It could be that there's multiple kinds of long boxes, so it's
less consistent, and
yeah.
I know Sega CD has like inconsistency because of the cardboard boxes, but the light blue is so pleasing and so good. That it kind of makes up for that. And the PS1 also has 3 different types of long boxes, which all get their own ranking, and they are just because it's just the quality levels vary so wildly. Yeah.
Yeah, Saturn is delightful and big like Sega CD, but the boldness of Sega CD Blue, it's just like how Sega Genesis is like, we're just going to go red and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
They went whole ass on the Sega CD, and I feel like the Saturn dialed it back.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they were trying to be like, and that was their aesthetic, right? They're trying to be too clean, but just didn't work for me. Doesn't work as much.
But it's still a big glorious case, though.
It is. And it still has like pretty good shelf appeal. Like, I don't want to knock it too much. Like, it still looks good on a shelf. But shall we talk about Sega CD cardboard boxes real quick?
Sure. We can give a special section because I did call it out as like the worst box ever.
Yeah, well, also, like, the size isn't exactly the same. They're not as tall, really. Right? They're like, I guess they're just about as tall, but, like, they're a little shorter. And, yeah. These are terrible boxes. Also, the shelf appeal specifically of those is low. While these blues are beautiful, this is just a mishmash, and it's horrible. This is a 2 for me.
I'm going like a 1, Johnny. All right, if you are like the coolest Mr. Collector and you're like, I got all my Sega CD games mint, fine. These boxes are so thin and so shitty, like at least a bunch of them are going to be fucked up, and I immediately noticed them. I'm like, oh, those are the Sega CD cardboard boxes. I hate them. They're just the worst.
Fair enough.
It's got that in television thing going on for me.
Okay. You got 1. I give it a 2, but I feel okay about that.
All right. But you put 1 in the thing. All right. Quality 1. These are the worst. So I think most of them they're thin, long cardboard boxes made of very thin material, and they're just big enough to hold a jewel case, and the jewel case sits on the top part of the box.
So stupid.
So they're like top
Whose idea
heavy.
was this? Dude, this is the dumbest thing. It ruins the quality. Everything is wrong about this. They turn into dust. Also, it makes the size and proportions incredibly fucking awkward. So it gets a 1 for size and proportions to me too. Like, you know what the best way to store this thing is to turn them upside down. So this jewel case rests. Yeah. It's so stupid. It's the worst. And that cardboard inside tears because this cardboard is so frail. It gets dinged up and nicked like that. It's just the fact that
all the boxes, the ears are torn because like you're taking this thick, high quality jewel case out of like the worst cardboard box that's ever been created on Earth.
Yeah.
Ugh.
The art is slightly better because it doesn't do the sidebar thing. But yeah.
Tell me what cardboard Sega CD game art state. Like there's this. We're really talking about a small set of games here.
It's very small. Night Trap,
Willie Beamish
art.
does not strike me as like, oh damn, you got Willie Beamish.
Wonder Dog.
Oh, Wonder Dog. Like Monkey Island's cool, but that's like it's cribbing off the PC game. Like I guess
yeah.
Count
Batman Returns. Now the art is very uninspired.
Sewer Shark. In Excess Make My Video.
So it does at least present it full art and nice. Like it does get like a big art display.
I'm going to 1. There are some cool boxes like Road Avenger's okay, Final Fight CD's okay, but like for the most part, there's so few games and so much of the art is like, here's a musical artist. Here's the Jaguar logo. Like whatever. Willie Beamish is awful.
Okay. So we're sticking in the land of cardboard and let's just do this quick. This one, I
went ones all across the board for that. Look at that. Sega CD Cardboard gets a 1.
This is your lowest ranking.
Dude, I hate them.
And
Sega
really
CD is
bad.
one of my favorite consoles.
But these are terrible boxes, and that's why I called it out specifically. Okay, so let's go to, and these ones are weird, and it's such a small subset, but it is across Sega CD and PS1. They have this different kind of cardboard box, which is like a molded cardboard box, like that's like rigid, where the cardboard is just like the flap and it opens up. Do you know which ones I'm talking about?
Yeah. Why do they feel so nice?
They're
feel
like
this
nice,
supple paper. It like something about them just feels so nice.
but they don't look that whatever it is, like the plastic sheen. It doesn't look as good as the regular Sega CD games. They look nice, but
because
it's
not like shiny. It's like a matte thing.
Yeah, I'm a 3.
For shelf appeal, yeah, sure. I'll go with 3 for them.
Quality, pretty good quality, but things do rattle around a bit in there, which I don't like.
Yeah. Like the cardboard box itself, like I'm not a big fan of the gatefold that they got going on, but like if my NES boxes were made of this like super thick cardboard, but were the same size, and like instead of a dust sleeve, we just had like this really thick cardboard, how nice would that be?
Yeah.
But the way they did it, they just got a bunch of like kids on site shit rattling around inside a big empty box. So I guess I have to go with 3. But like this isn't like if someone stored this cardboard box under like a couple of books, like it wouldn't be crushed. It would be fine.
It would hold the books. You might put this under a table to even it out and be fine. They're so rugged. I don't know what's going on with these things. They're on the PS1 as well, just calling that out. How do we feel about the size though? They are a little wider, I think it feels like.
They are. They won't fit in a regular Sega CD box protector.
Yeah,
I'm going 2. Like this doesn't have the magic of a Sega CD game because it
like
isn't a plastic case.
Also, the orientation of the disc being like kind of at the bottom and stuff, like it just throws off the weight and stuff. It seems like it should be pretty consistent, but it throws off the whole thing. I'm a 2 as well on that. Art, like it's still got terrible art.
I mean,
2.
List the games you could think of that come in this box: Night Trap, Kids on Site.
Okay, fine. You got me. It's a 1. All right. And this says the layout is bad, and then the art on the games. There's like Wing Commander or something. Or is Wing Commander got original? Also, there's PS1 games that have this box, but yeah, all right.
Yeah, I don't think about PS1 long box at all. Literally, I've never even talked to people who cared about PS1 long box until like COVID and WADA and everything started going crazy. And I guess at some point people started getting interested in PS1 long box, maybe because sealed prices were going nuts. They never appealed. Like, I get the appeal of like a Resident Evil or like even like a Twisted Metal, but just like the set as a whole, nothing for me. Nothing.
Okay, let's talk about something I really hate. It's on the level of a Sega CD cardboard box.
Okay.
And it's the PS1 rigid cases.
Oh yeah.
Okay, these are the ones, if you're not, it's like, it feels like it's like a plastic box and they just like took strips of cardboard and then just put like rubber cement on it and like just pasted the art on. This is the worst fucking thing. They peel, it's got these dumb plastic rigids. The shelf appeal is awful. Everything about this is terrible. This is a one. Fuck these cases forever. Throw them in the garbage or put them in a box protector. Buy a can of rubber cement. It's always going to be repaired. Terrible. One across the board for me if you want to know my score.
Yeah, I'm so willing to put ones across the board for this. They are definitely sturdier than the shitty Sega CD cardboard games.
But the art comes off. It just comes off.
Except for the structural rigidity of the box, everything about these is terrible. It was clearly designed by a mad scientist who was trying to scrape as many pennies off the thing as possible. It's fascinating that these exist because they're so bad. There were a lot of DVD movies that came out in very similar cases that are also the worst DVDs you've ever seen.
They had like that little tab, like the locking tab.
It's a locking plastic tab on the right side of the box that opens it up, and then you open it up and it feels like the whole thing's going to fall apart.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, you guys totally saved 20 cents. Thanks. This is great. I'm happy
that was like on early
product,
DVDs.
But this is worse because it's gigantic because it's a PS1 long box.
Yeah. Awful. Worst. Maybe the worst box ever. I hate this box so much.
It is. You know, we should be happy. I mean, we got eco cases to deal with now, but we should be happy that, like, for the most part in collectible video games, we don't have to deal with these, like, super budget boxes like this. Because they really could have screwed us a lot more than they did, I think.
I mean, yes, I think you're being very generous, but yeah. God, these cases are terrible.
Johnny, let's move on to, I don't know how you feel, a style that I think is great. And we're just going to lump everything together. We're going to go with PS1, Dreamcast, Neo Geo CD, PC games that didn't come in a box. Maybe that gets a 0. Jewel cases.
Yeah. Oh, hey, those are pretty good.
Jewel cases are fantastic. Except when you're talking about PC games, in which case, just throw them in the garbage.
Yeah.
Which is strange, but that is also how I feel, so I just imagine that we're all feeling correctly on that.
Yeah.
Fun fact, which we looked at right before the show, they're called jewel cases because the designer, apparently they were having trouble designing packaging for CDs that worked well, and then they came up, one guy made it, came up with this case that was so good, it was called the jewel case. And then it seems like maybe kind of backronym-y, they also call the jewel case because it shines when you look at it because it's all plastic. Ooh. Now, I do want to call out PS1 specifically, well, maybe Dreamcast too. So newer jewel cases basically are better than ones from the early 90s because the early 90s ones have that black plastic band on the left side, but the PS1 and Dreamcast ones, they feel so nice because they got like a see-through plastic band.
Yep. My only critique there, like I told you earlier, is they didn't really use that space very well. It gives it some visual
They put like some Sega Sports stuff in there sometimes. Like, whatever. I don't care. I just like the fact that it's all plastic because the black part doesn't feel as good as the nice smooth.
I'm just saying it could have done a little better. Could have done a little better for me. But it's not like a big criticism. This is just me, critiquing because we're critiquing things.
All right. I'm going to, I think, maybe rate some of these things higher than you.
Okay. Before we go, I want to do something real quick. I want to just call out back to how dumb those rigid fucking PlayStation 1 boxes are. I want you to know that one of the most collectible games of all time, a very important game, Resident Evil, comes in one of these dumb boxes, so it'll always be garbage. You're welcome.
You can get the director's cut, though, and then you're fine.
Yeah, no, if you want the original, which I know you like.
Oh, the original? Oh, I've got it. It's called Biohazard. I've actually got it sitting on my shelf right here next to me.
You also have the
case. It's wonderful.
Man, to find you like a halfway decent one of those took a little bit of work.
Thank you, Johnny. You did get me one. Thank you for bringing that up again, so everyone can know Johnny got me my Resident Evil long box. Because
I didn't bring it up so people would know that I did.
I know. You're the best, Johnny.
No, it's not. It's not even that. You deserve it. You do a lot of hard work. Anyways, let's talk about jewel cases. How do you feel about the shelf appeal, though? Because if there's one thing that they might lack, is shelf appeal.
All right, Johnny, I'm going with PlayStation on this one because that is the most collectible jewel case, and we're going to pretend that this is a person with a brain who doesn't collect greatest hits because they're going to ruin the shelf appeal and put it down to a 1.
God. Well, we're not even going to talk about it.
I'm going to talk about Jason Danger Boy Dvorak's shelf. I want. If I see 1,000 PS1 jewel cases on a shelf and they're all black and they're all in these nice plastic cases, Johnny, I'm going to 5. How do you feel?
But you went 4 on Super Nintendo?
5. Super Nintendo is a 4.
You said, there's no like art or anything.
5. I love seeing 1,000 games, and because all 1,000 games will fit on one shelf because they're so small and they're all black. Oh man, do I love a PlayStation?
They don't fit on one shelf. I can tell you because
I mean, there's a lot of PlayStation games. I love.
There's a lot. I have them. I'm looking at them right now.
I know. I want to collect more PlayStation games because I like how they look so much. Even though it's just like it's a little half-centimeter fucking logo on the side. It's terrible. Don't make me put it down to a 4. It's a 5. I'm looking at my other scores. What am I comparing to? Oh, man, Sega CD's a 4. All right, it's a 4. If Sega CD's a 4, this is a 4. I love a jewel case.
I love the way these look. I love the size of them. I love the consistency of them. My problem is the text. It's very hard to read.
All right, yeah. Yeah, even looking for games is kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
they're all black, and so you've got to...
really got... Even on the white... This works on the Dreamcast, Neo Geo CD, all jewel case games, you really got to get up to them. Like, and sometimes I still have to, like, turn a light on them because they're, like, shiny, too. So if you're getting any glare, you're just like, God, I can't fucking read this. Anyways, old man problems. Let's talk about quality, though.
Johnny, Sony, who manufactured a lot of these jewel cases, all the PlayStation jewel cases, and they have obviously a big music publishing label too. So all the CDs from the 90s too. Those 90s jewel cases, they're like twice as heavy as modern jewel cases. They are nice. And yes, they're still jewel cases, so they still crack. You could still crack a hinge off them. Nowhere near as big a problem as the Sega CD, I don't think.
Far more replaceable.
I love the hinge that has the clear plastic thing on it. No, I don't think they're as replaceable. I mean, they're definitely more replaceable because you got music CDs. I'm going controversial 4. I think I'm going. I love a jewel.
Not a 5.
I mean, it's still a jewel case. Like it's gonna crack. But if you drop it, it's gone. Like
it is. But as far as like keeping your contents and everything, well, here's where it becomes a 4 for me, because if you have to take out the manual, get those tabs are so tight.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass too.
Yeah, that's why it's a 4.
And like like so many of those manuals are just like indented, so like keeping your stuff nice, it won't like that. Is there a better way? If they had to design a way for collectors to do it, they had to maybe spend another 25 cents per case. They could, their solution wasn't great there. You know what? They actually did figure that out. It's called the double disc cases, where they just have a whole separate jewel case just for the manual.
But see, here's where I have a problem with that. That manual rattles around now and just gets like floppy and dinged because it just sits there. Sometimes it sits nicely. Sometimes it does not. Depends, like if you have one of those ones where in a double disc, but it's not really a double disc. It's one disc and then the manual's just floating in the back.
I'll take the double disc over the 4 little semicircles because those always leave indents. Those are such a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's hard to deal with. I mean, I think, would you rank anything differently about the double discs for now, or would you keep it size, quality? Like, let's talk about size.
No, I think I got 4 for the shelf appeal and quality for double disc. Size on a jewel case, Johnny, 5. For a 5? CD, for the format that we're still using 25 years later, how many years has it been? 30 years later? I
Longer
think all of these freaking games should come in a jewel case. Why do we have DVD cases? It makes no sense. Oh, jewel cases are perfect. They're beautiful. And the thing is, we've got like the super thin jewel cases, and we know they're trash. No one wants a super thin jewel case. They're already the perfect size. Maybe they're a little too thin to read the labels, but in terms of stacking a bunch of games up, I love a jewel case. It's got that Game Boy appeal to me. Love a jewel case.
I think the only thing, like, I think you could remake this case now and, like, you could change the material just a little bit to make them a little more durable.
You have like some kind of like polycarbonate thing going on.
Yeah.
All right.
But other than that, like, it was pretty solid. Like, yeah. Anyways, let's talk about the art, though, because this is where it falls apart for me.
Okay.
I think Jewel Case is one of the best cases ever made. I think you can make an argument that's the best case, like, from a quality and, like, but the art, especially on PlayStation with the big PlayStation bar down the side, and when you consider, like, that they didn't do any art into the clear void, right? So it's just like black, and then you get more black, and then you get cropped art.
All right, so there's a little bit of cropping, but I don't. The PlayStation bar isn't nearly as bad as the Game Boy or
it's
like a
just
Genesis
as bad.
bar.
It's just as bad.
No,
it's proportionally
thinner.
just as bad.
It's thinner because when you think of a Genesis case, it's a portrait case. So that bar is taking up a much bigger part of the case than the PlayStation logo, and I think it's thinner. They intentionally made it pretty thin so it doesn't stick out as much as like a Sega
void,
CD.
like that. But there's nothing over in the edge of the case where you hold it, so it's still just like more black void.
And it's black, so it doesn't stick out as much.
Look, you could have written PlayStation there and then just had full art for the manual.
I don't know how to dispute this. A lot of the art is like 3D renders of things that don't look very good, or just like literal people is a bunch of it.
Bad polygons.
Don't make me.
So this is like, I find the layout and the art to be suspect.
What are you giving it, a 2?
I'm giving it a 2.
We're gonna get killed. Oh man, I'm just like browsing through random PlayStation boxes, and I come up on Dead or Alive, which has like this
terrible polygons,
horrible logo.
Final Fantasy VII, one of the most important games of all time. Meh.
It's just white.
But like Valkyrie Profile looks really nice.
You know what? All right, here's why I'm gonna give it a 2. The Japanese PlayStation games, when they have the obi around it, the spine card, looks so good because they don't have like that PlayStation thing and everything covering the side.
Yeah.
And they generally have like better full box art because of the obi. All right, we'll go with 2 on US PlayStation.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I love a jewel case though.
All
right. We're both at 3.75 on that then.
Yeah, we agree for the most part. All right, let's talk about, and you wouldn't change anything, right, on the double discs? Like you would keep that the same?
Yeah, I think they're pretty much the same.
Okay. Me too.
Maybe a 4 for size instead of 5, because it is a little bit unnecessary sometimes, especially when you got like the single disc that comes in a double disc case. Like,
yeah, but I mean, overall, it's usually double disc or even triple or 4 discs. So like you get 2 cases, but suddenly you're fitting 4 discs. That's like pretty good.
What that Panzer Dragoon Saga was able to fit it in one jewel case. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, one terrible giant jewel case. And cardboard sleeves. Oh my God! What?
Can we lower down the Sega Saturn art to a 1 for Panzer Dragoon Saga's art? Because the fuck, for such a beloved game, it sucks so bad.
Yeah. I want to just go over to PlayStation PAL, just because these cases are uniquely terrible, and we haven't done like a PAL thing, like a PAL call out.
You put like a ton of like categories on this spreadsheet that we're filling out right now, and I didn't know how many you were serious about, but okay, we're going to PAL PlayStation, which is just a jewel case but worse in every single way.
Yes, harder to replace. Like, they fucked up the jewel case. They just like, what is happening? I think the shelf appeal doesn't like really go down for me. Like, it's a little bigger too. It's like wider, so like I think it goes from like maybe a 4 to a 3 for me, or maybe it just stays a 4.
I think it might stay a 4. I mean, I think it's fine.
Yeah, but like the quality goes down because they're harder to replace. Like, and the manuals
like a
just
3
float.
For quality. I think I'll go. Yeah.
Yeah, like the size, it's just a worse size. So they're a 4 for me in size.
I'm going to a 3 just because of the sheer inconvenience of them. No, every time I hold and this goes for every console. Every time you have a jewel case, but just like a few millimeters off in every direction, that's the worst thing ever because it doesn't fit with anything. I have like 1,000 jewel case box protectors, and I have to get like my own little like unique box protector for this stupid one PAL PlayStation game I have. It's annoying. Like jewel cases are still great, but goddamn, it's annoying.
But the art improves, so that's good.
I don't know enough about PAL PlayStation art. How is the art better?
It doesn't have the PlayStation bar on the side, so that it's all reading the same way. You know, I'm like weirdly particular about that.
Okay, all right, yeah, they got the PlayStation bar the wrong way around. So they put the PlayStation bar on the bottom. All right.
Yeah, at least you can read it. You're reading all the same way, so slightly better.
It's so weird because every game, like modern games have it at the top and then older games have it on the side. And this is like the one thing where it's on the bottom. It's weird.
I don't hate it though. Like I just don't hate this.
All right.
I mean, it's not great or anything. It's not like, look, Cindy's Caribbean Holiday is not like an art I want to see. I just think it's slightly better than the 2, so I just give it a 3 because like at least I can read it all one way without turning.
Put me there with you. I'm not going to argue with this one. I don't think about these games enough at all.
All right, we're both at a 3.25. We agreed. Okay, let's talk about big box PC.
Johnny, these are cool as hell.
They are cool.
If you have space for a shelf of big box PC games, is that a 5? Because they look pretty cool. You look at it like, what's a really big collector on the YouTube? Is LGR, Lazy Game Reviews. That guy's got hundreds and hundreds of PC games, all organized by publisher and size, and it looks cool. It looks inconvenient as hell because you have to have all these PC games.
So you're at a 5?
The problem is they're all different sizes. But like that also gives you like the kind of bookstore feel because like every single book's a different size. It's not like Famicom has a problem where like you have 5 major sizes of different boxes and it's like kind of annoying to put them all together. These are all generally around a certain size, and then when you cram them together, I might go with 5. I really like some big box PC games.
I'm at a 3.
All right. Why do you hate big box PC games?
It's just too inconsistent. It's too inconsistent.
But like, come on, you walk into like a used bookstore and like you're just like, oh, look at all these cool books, dude. Yeah.
I have a problem with books actually like a lot of books are the same size. I like all paperbacks, like different formats. Hardcovers are all pretty much the same size. Like we're talking mass market stuff. Like it's all like pretty consistent actually.
It is not. You get out. What are you talking about? I'm talking about going to the fucking Salvation Army where you got books going from like 1940 up to the modern day and everything's a mishmash on the shelf. And you got textbooks and picture books and
go like if you just go grab any like Stephen King book off a shelf, like a hardcover, they're like all basically the same height. There's a few that
we're talking about popular fiction and there's like 100 different other kinds of books.
Yeah, but like for me, this is what you're going to collect. Actually, you're probably going to collect old shit and then it's going to all be weird. But that's neither here nor there. It's look, it's not like I'm giving books a 5 either.
All right, I might go to a 4, and it's not because I hate big box PC. It's because that's some things that fall under the same umbrella are too inconsistent. And so the things I'm thinking of are Infocom games. They could be called big box PC games, but they are a much smaller box than what you would expect from the 90s.
They're thinner, and sometimes are they taller sometimes than some of the big box ones too?
No, nothing's taller than a big box PC game. At least the ones I'm thinking of. I'm
thinking of like Moon Mist that I have, and it's like a weird size.
Okay, so early EA games that come in folios, those are under the same umbrella and era as big box PC games, but they're so thin and like there's almost the size of a record, a little bit smaller. Those are weird
for no reason.
And like, so what I do, when I'm buying games, like if I get onto a PC kick, I'll buy a bunch of PC games, and then because of the way my shelves are laid out, I don't have like, oh, there's definitely space here next to the big games and definitely some space here next to the slightly smaller games. Like I'm lazy and then I just end up throwing them on the shelf. And yeah, so all right, I'll give it a 4. I still like some big box PC games though.
Okay, well, what do you think about the quality? Well, you're thinking about this more than I, but I find like the airspace in these things to just be dreadful.
Yeah, it's the worst. I still won't go down to like Sega CD levels, but I mean, it's obviously all over the place because there's so many things we're talking about. For the average big box PC game, it's got like a pretty big manual in there, and then a jewel case, and then nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm going to 2.
All right, I'm with you on it too. Agree. Size and proportions. Bigger, bolder, beautiful. You want a 5?
No, these aren't a 5. These are a pain in the ass. So I think they look nice on a shelf, but for size, I'm looking for something that's like nice and collectible. And this is not that. You could buy games from the same series that aren't even the same size. Oh, what a pain in the ass. I hate collecting them. I love having them. I love when they're organized. I love when I do get those little sets that look nice. Like a 2 for size, because it's such a pain in the ass.
Okay. Art.
5. I mean, this is the best thing you could get, right? Like a huge canvas for your art. And
yeah,
like talking about, if we're really talking about quote unquote big box PC games, you're getting every major game from the 80s and 90s. So it has to be a 5.
Yeah, you can be all over the place. I like it. And usually they don't suffer like design constraints. Like, we have to make this consistent, so we made a consistently bad choice.
Yeah.
You don't suffer that kind of stuff on PC games. It's just, yeah. It's too broad, too big. I will agree with you that it's a 5.
Also, every game that's on PC and console, if you got like some place, like, I don't know, like Rayman is a PlayStation game.
Doom.
About
Doom.
Game. Yeah, but like look at the PlayStation version and then you look at the big box PC version of any game. And it's like, oh my God, the big box PC version looks so much cooler because it's never got like those sidebars, that PlayStation logo. It's always the full box art. The ESRB logo by like proportion is always so much smaller. Oh, they always look so much better.
They're usually doing cooler stuff on the back of the box and the side of the box too. That sometimes it's got a gatefold with extra art. Yeah, it's like
the PC market's so competitive that all these things were just facing forward on like a CompUSA shelf, and they had to sell you on just the packaging. So the packaging was so important. Oh, I love it. Love me PC big box.
I agree. All right, let's talk about small box PC, a weirdly consistent format.
This is small box PC is one of the most fascinating aspects of game collecting because the transition was around like 2002 to 2005, and PC immediately goes from like the most collectible thing in the world, you got Half-Lifes, through System Shock 2s, just all these huge PC games in the 90s, and then small box PC, no one wants it. It's garbage. What games are there? I don't know. Like all the games everybody loves from the Xbox 360 and Xbox and PS2 era. No one wants any of this shit. And it didn't last that long either, because after small box PC, it just went to regular DVD cases. And shortly after that, it just everyone's on Steam now.
Is a case of it becoming too consistent, where some of the art of design and the magic was just lost, and like the game era was changing, and it was just all coalesced at like the wrong time.
I think so.
I think they look nice when they're all together, though. They're a little chonky.
So the thing is, like, I don't even think about the chonkiness. I look at it and I'm like, oh, those could be big box games, but they're small box.
Yeah.
Like, no one is going to look at a small box Doom 3 next to a Doom 2 that's like 2.5 times as big and be like, oh, that Doom 3 looks cool.
Yeah, but this is just a small box collection. How do they all look together?
I mean, they look fine together. I think there's not going to be enough exciting games of this era, because I think a lot of the exciting historic games come in the big box format. I don't think they look bad because they are fairly consistent. I don't know. I'm going like a 3.
All right. I think I'm higher on it, but like not a full point higher. I'm like a 3.5 on this because the consistency, I like it. The quality on these is pretty good though, because like usually has that like thick cardboard tray, and then like a lot of times that gatefold protects everything. Like they hold together pretty sturdy.
Yeah, I don't know why so big box PC games have trays too, but they have much.
No, sometimes they don't.
Much more void in them. Yeah, these are really sturdy little boxes. So like 4, like
yeah.
5 in terms of cardboard. Like, I'm not going to give it a 5, but these are some nice cardboard boxes. These are up there with those Sega CD boxes.
Yep. I like the size. I'm like a 4 on the size of these. It's like the weight is a little awkward because sometimes the just the jewel case being at the bottom kind of like throws off the weight ratio for me, like where when you hold it. But like overall, I like it.
No, I'm like a 2 or a 3 on this because it's got the problem of it's too big to hold one CD, and then it's immediately you have to compare it to big box PC games.
Yeah, I mean also it also just like turns into DVD game shortly after.
Yeah, and like I wouldn't rather have the DVD games. I don't know. I'm still going at 2. I don't like a small box PC game.
I think you're just biased.
I think everybody should collect them. Like they are so under collected. It is nuts. Like. It's Far Cry. It's not Assassin's Creed. What are some small box? Civilization 4, one of the best games of all time. Rise of Nations. I don't know. There's a lot of amazing small box PC games, but because they're small box PC games, everyone's like, eh. All right. Art. It's not as good as big box PC games.
No. The size and bounty that is afforded on big box PC is just lost here. It just becomes like meh. Becomes like a 3. It's not bad.
Yeah, I'm going 3 because there's nothing in the way. There's no like weird logos that always show up except for the ESRB logo, but it's not a particularly like distinctive era of box art.
Yeah. I just know it could be a big box art and that hurts my feelings.
All right, we're 3.25 both of us on that one.
Wow, we did it.
Hey, how long is this show going? Oh, 3 hours? All right, let's keep going.
We have so much more to talk about.
Okay.
Should we stop the episode here and move on?
No, let's just power through, Johnny.
All right, we're doing it. Nintendo 64. I've got a beef with you. Okay, shelf appeal. It's got ugly colors on either side. No matter what you do, it doesn't look great on a shelf. And I like yellow and I like purples and greens, but this is not it. This is... I don't...
What are you giving N64?
It's a 2.
It's a 4. N64 has something for everybody. I like the debate between whether you put out the yellow, red, or green side. Do people put out the blue side? I don't even know. I'm a yellow sider myself, and I think it's great. I think it's got that Sega CD zazz. It's like, oh, that's all yellow. Look at that. That's crazy.
I don't. Maybe that's too harsh. Maybe I should be at a 3 for it. Maybe I should be at a 3. But color is a subjective thing. I think mostly it looks fine, but...
Pick which color you want. You could be a red guy.
No.
Don't be a green guy. If you guys are a green guy,
not all the titles are on the red side.
I mean, be a yellow guy. I mean, yellow is the correct way to go.
You know who fucks things up quite a bit?
Andrew Grimm.
No, Andrew does things quite well. Don't throw Andrew under the bus. Why? You got to call him out by his full name?
I know he's got a full... I don't remember which side he keeps out, but I know it's not yellow. That's why I say that.
Just the red... Acclaim messes things up. Like, in boxes... We've looked at Acclaim games and we're just like, man, they're messing things up doing some of the stuff they do. Quality. Here's where this falls apart. This is not as good as Super Nintendo. It is not the same. The inner trays are worse. The cardboard is thinner. That like frays more often. It's always more crumpled. This is a 2 for me in quality. The inner trays that are like built in mess things up. The outer tray, like the slide-in trays, mess things up.
So it is not Sega CD level, like Sega CD cardboard box level for me, but these are the eco cases of cardboard games. Like you hold a Super Nintendo box and it's like, oh, this is like a little bit chunky. I like this. And you never feel that way with an N64 box. They feel so cheap and thin. So yeah.
Feels flimsy. Yeah. 2?
Yeah, 2.
All right. Size, the size is fine. Oh,
whatever. It's a smaller cartridge than Super Nintendo, but they kept it consistent, which is actually kind of nice in terms of shelf things, shelf aesthetics.
You gave it a 3 for Super Nintendo.
I'll keep it at a 3 then. It's a little too big, but I appreciate that they kept it consistent.
Yeah, I was a 4, but I can't really fault it. But let's talk about the art, shall we? Should we talk about art for the N64?
Do you know it has some pretty good art? Japanese N64 games, like that Zelda Majora's Mask, it looks a lot cooler than the Majora's Mask logo.
The horrible red bar on the side, which is sometimes transparent, sometimes
Excuse
super
me,
thick.
Johnny. Don't just say red bar. It's a red bar with a little yellow candle on top.
Right.
With the box peeling off saying only on N64.
Yeah, and then you find out that all these little emblems in that thing, which are like so opaque that it's like, oh, this means something, and they could point to variants and print issues. Cool. It's either like a picture, or like they just used like real pictures because they didn't want to show you the terrible polygon art that was going to be in it. And it's just art of an era too that's just, I hate the art.
There's a lot of bad N64 covers. Even the ones that are like beloved, like a Super Mario 64, like it's a like that. No, that's good. But man, think of like Castlevania, think of Paperboy.
I know.
Even Pokemon Stadium, the Pokemon on the front of that are just polygonal and weird looking. Ugh.
The bar is sometimes used, like sometimes the art dips into that red bar, which I find pleasing. That they do that sometimes, but man, just the art, like the layout, I give the edge over Super Nintendo for the art, right? Because it's not so bordered. But the quality of the art is just worse by a mile.
The fact that they put like the specs of the game on the front, like you'll have the Banjo-Kazooie art, and then it'll just like right in the middle of the box for no reason, it's like, by the way, it uses the Rumble Pack. It's just like put that on the back or something. Like I don't need that information.
It feels like there's a lot of splash logos in the middle of N64 boxes.
Johnny, the expansion, it supports the expansion pack.
Yeah, cool.
All right, I'm going to 2 just because there's a lot of bad 3D. I realize that there's good games. I have like an emotional attachment to a lot of this art, but it's mostly not great.
So weirdly, our scores diverge in places like shelf and size, but we're both still at a 2.75.
So if you think that N64 art is good, look at Paper Mario and like compare it to every other box, because the Paper Mario box, it's 2D art and it looks so good. It's got like the crumpled paper logo, like it's like a nice unique logo. It's not just like bulbous 3D text like every other logo from the era. It's just so much better than everything else in N64 because everything else in N64 is so mediocre.
Yep. And so the only place we have one thing that's a major variance is the built-in trays. Do you feel like the built-in trays change the quality from a 2 to a 1 for you?
You think about this stuff way more than me. No, I'm not going to put it down to a 1. It's close, but I think there are some boxes that like really stir the fire in me, like those Sega CD boxes.
Yeah,
the N64 boxes aren't it.
When I reviewed how I really felt and compared to what we gave ones, I didn't feel like it dipped quite to that quality. Again, I would probably be at a 1.5, but I didn't feel like going to a 1, so I kept it exactly the same. So these all rated the same for me. Anyways, let's get into one of the most...
So we're all at 2.75 on N64. For everyone keeping track at home, because I know you guys all remember, what did we give the PS1 long box? That's right, we both gave it a 2.5.
Don't worry, Discord. I'll share the file. You can criticize our scores and add your own. See how you rate compared to us. Fill in your scores now. Tyler. DVD cases. Ones. Let's talk about DVD cases. This is on the PS2, Xbox, Wii, Xbox 360. I don't think the shelf appeal really changes that much between them. You can prefer white or black, but I don't think like that dramatically changes. The green, I guess, is pretty vibrant if you want to call that out, but I think the art is relatively samey across this whole era of games. Do you feel differently?
No, I think it's fine.
Like, I think, again, the color of the cases, like, I think like we called out the Sega CD because it was never been like that like pleasing blue that was just like that for some reason. It's a very calm blue. I don't know what's going on with it, but I think you might like the vibrant green stuff going on the Xbox or the Xbox 360. I think you might prefer the PS2 black, or you might like the clean, like very 2005 of like the Wii white. But I don't think it really changed. I think that's preference, not that it's aesthetically doing anything for the shelf or the art.
I'm a PS2 kind of guy in terms of shelf appeal. I do like how I like that nice black and the nice consistency there. Shelf appeal, Johnny, I'm going a 2 because
Ooh, really a 2?
Johnny, nothing and this just could be how old I am. Seeing a shelf of DVDs just always makes me feel like I'm in a GameStop. And I mean, I realize there's probably a time where you could go into Toys R Us and they'd have 1,000 NES games on the wall. Different vibes though. Those NES games were facing forward. You got little tickets. It's just, it's so GameStop-y. I don't know why it's so bad. It's not actively bad. It's just,
I'm not willing to dip to a 2, but I did have it as 3. But the charm is lost. And what really actually, like, I could push down to a 2, only because when we talk about the PS3 case, I just think it's a better case. But I think that's more because of the size.
I mean, yeah, obviously PS3 is awesome.
Yeah.
PS3 is going to be better than a DVD case.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the quality of the case. Quality is pretty sturdy, though the art does rumble around on it. These aren't the eco ones. This is like the solid trays all the way through, by the way.
Yeah. Are PS2 cases like a little bit nicer than standard DVD cases? Am I crazy about that? Is it because the memory card holder adds a little bit of structural rigidity?
Probably.
Is that what it is? I bet that's what it is.
Maybe. Like, we didn't put it on here, but like, I can't believe I forgot to mention this. Do we feel GameCube cases are any different than these? Because I don't really. I know the disc inside is different, but I don't feel like it has different shelf appeal or anything.
No, I put it up there on shelf appeal. I mean, we don't have to rate them all separately, but I put PS2 and GameCube as the highest shelf appeal and the sturdiest cases. So I do kind of like those a little bit more.
I don't know. I feel like whatever it does differently isn't a point's worth of difference if we're only keeping it at a 5. So that's why I'm not.
Okay. All right, whatever. Quality. So I feel like most of these get fucked up, but it's GameStop's fault. Speaking of GameStop again, by putting stickers on them, because man, a lot of these cases have stickers on them.
They sure do, and that is terrible. But that's not really the case's fault.
Yeah, I mean the insert art gets fucked up sometimes.
But it's a lot better than like a Genesis one. Like they held in a lot better.
Yeah.
But it is always still tabbed. You're always going to get 2 indents. Better than PS1, but still like worse. Very accessible though. You can get that manual out if you want to look at it. Not that you do.
Oh yeah, they fixed the semicircle problem from jewel cases by making those like nice tabs. I do like those. Good job, designers.
But sometimes they cram too many inserts in there, and those tabs don't really afford that.
I don't think
but that's
a lot
not
of games did.
Yeah. I feel like the quality is pretty solid all around. Like, it's like,
I don't have enough to complain about. Like, it's a 3 or a 4 for me.
I think I'm at a 4. Like, there's just nothing like super wrong with it. Like, if you want to point to something wrong with it, to drag it down to a 3 is that sometimes the art slides up and like you get that whiting on the top or slides down.
All right.
Like
I mean, it's a plastic case. It's
and gets wavy.
I'll keep it at a 4.
Yeah, like
they do get wavy
think
sometimes, but that's usually a problem with storage.
Yeah,
size.
Oh, I mean, also another thing if you have it in like a humid area because the paper is thin, you will get those wavy fucking cases. Like you'll get that wavy thing going on, which I hate. On the paper inside.
Oh yeah. I mean the tissue paper in those Sega CD cases is ridiculous.
Yeah. Size, it's like. Not horrible. It's a little too tall. Didn't need to be this tall.
It didn't need to be, but I think that helps the art in our next category because you always get that cropped art when you have that square thing going on.
I think I'm like at a 4.
Yeah, I'm probably at a 4 as well. No problem with a DVD case. You can cram 1 billion of them anywhere. They're just thick enough that they can have distinctive and readable sides, unlike jewel cases.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason it's not getting a 5 is because it's not like one of these super pleasing, like Game Boy, Famicom Disk System, like almost trading card type things. But like, other than that, they're the perfect size.
Yep. Art. You get kind of like what PC games are trying to do. You do get the like.
I mean, art is so designed for this size of case now. Yeah. But oh my god, are we in like we have exited the era of good box art at this point. So I can't give it like a 4, even though the case should afford it a 4 or a 5 because we should know how boxes work. But how many box arts of this era are like, guy holding a gun. Here is something happening, and it's blue and orange.
It's the art direction for these kinds of thing became so samey and so safe that it just became boring.
Why is video game box art so bad?
I mean, granted, there's a lot of games, so you get like a lot of good art.
We're categorizing like decades at this point.
Yeah, but like I don't know if it's a 3. Like it's a 4. Like it should be a 5. The problem is it should be a 5, but it's not a 5.
Like compared to every other box we get in the modern era, like just a standard DVD case is like as big and as perfect as it gets. And usually all these logos are at the top and kind of out of the way. I'm going 3 just because it's not a great era of box art, Johnny. Like I think of like Battlefield Bad Company when I think of like the standard box of like an Xbox 360 game. It's just like guy holding a gun.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna go with I think I'm gonna go with a 4. It's like because I think maybe we're being a little too careful there, and like it could be like there's so much art to like look at, and with the eco cases, I think things fall apart in the eco cases.
All right, put me 1 down on shelf appeal. I'll put the shelf appeal down to a 1. I don't care because those things are always falling apart.
Like they look frail, like they get indented, like sometimes they get bendy. Do you know what? Like I don't know what's going on with these things. Like I don't know if it's like a full dip to I don't know.
Yeah, maybe keep me at a 2. I mean, you're right. It doesn't go that crazy because like from the side you can't really tell that it's an eco case most of the time. But
so I'll keep it at 3. But it's like it's 3, but it's worse than the other 3. Quality, it's a 1.
Yeah, it goes from a 4 for a regular DVD case. They take out just like 2 cents worth of plastic. It becomes a 1. These are the worst feeling things in the world. Not as bad as those PS1 long boxes with the little plastic tab that comes over. But yeah, I hate eco cases. Everyone hates eco cases.
So like, even though that these are going to get the same score for like size and art, it just the way this case is just makes everything worse. I just want like. The scoring isn't being detrimental enough, but from a 4 to a 1, it is pretty bad. But God, fuck this case, so bad. Let's talk about PS3 cases. What a like, and this became like the Blu-ray size, but a little bit thicker, but about that tall. Also, it was just of that era. But the PS3 case feels a little bit heftier.
Yeah, PS3 cases are nice.
And it doesn't give you that like, oh, this is a GameStop or a movie store feel. It's its own thing. It's like, oh. Like there's a little inconsistency in the games on the spines, which I think bring it down to a 4 or a 3 for me, but like they're nice.
Because you know what looks nice? The black PS3 logo, except all the early games have the ugly PS and then a giant 3. Oh, and it's like the wrong way compared to the spine art. It's the worst. Those red ones.
All right. But overall, how are we talking about it?
It's a 2 for me. It's got the same GameStop effects.
2?
And yeah, I mean, I love how small they are. They don't do that much more for me than a regular DVD case. They do feel higher quality. Sony knows what they're doing when they want to spend a little bit more making nice packaging. I think everything sucks now. I don't know. I don't have any PS5 games. Are they eco cases? But
I have to check.
PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 games feel nicer than average. I really like
I think it's a 4 for me.
Sure.
I like the size.
I'm going to stick it at a 4. It's not quite a 5, but it would get a 4.5 over a DVD case.
Yeah, well, it's like if I'm giving the DVD case a 3, I feel like this has got to be a point higher.
You gave it a 4, though.
Yeah, give it a 4.
You gave the DVD case a 4 in quality, though.
Oh, I'm talking in quality. This is like a 5 for me.
5?
What goes wrong with it? It's like I mean, maybe it's just the same. It's a 4. Like you get the same kind of problems, I guess. Yeah, I think
like a little bit wavy sometimes. Like it's not like going to the gold standard. Every time I get a Famicom disc game, I'm like, oh, this thing is fine. Sometimes I get a PS3 game, it's like a little bit wavy. It could be a little bit fucked up, a little bit indented if you press it too much. It's not like the most durable thing, but it is very nice.
Are you going 3, 4?
No, I'm going 4. I'll keep it at 4.
Okay, yeah, 4. All right. Size, what do you got on the size on this thing? Because I think this is a delightful size.
It is a delightful size.
It feels good. Proportions are good.
Yeah,
Better than a DVD
I might
case.
take this up to a 5. Because my only complaint with DVDs is that it's like the perfect size, except that it's not delightful. And PS3, kind of delightful.
Yeah, kind of good. Art, I still think I'm like 3 or 4 in this art.
No,
It's,
I'm
like,
sticking
fine.
with 3. I don't know.
All right, I'm going to go with a 4, but yeah. I like the shelf appeal more than you do, so that takes me to a 4.25, and you're at a 3.5. But I think we both agree the PS3 case is like kind of uniquely good because it's sturdy. When you get into the PS4 and stuff, and some of the later PS3 ones, you get these eco cases, and that shit sucks.
Yeah, they sure do. And we're talking about we're talking about the eco cases for newer consoles now. Yeah, I mean, just keep it the same and put the quality to 1, Johnny.
Yep.
Oh, I hate an eco case. Man, I want to protect the environment for the future generation, but the way I want to do it is by maybe changing our culture to not be so focused around fossil fuels and cars, not by removing a little bit of plastic from my fucking video game cases.
Yep. Hate it. Okay. Let's jump back in time because like when I was doing this, I was like, oh yeah, we got to do these ones.
So we made it to the modern era, Johnny. It is 3.5 hours into this show. It is past 5 a.m. and you decided to add like another dozen consoles.
Well, yes.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Okay. Whew.
TurboGrafx 16, Johnny. How does it look on a shelf?
I think it actually looks really nice on a shelf. Like, I think it's like, the white text is a little blocky. I like the colored tabs on top so you can like, it's like the same, but you can like organize stuff. Yeah, I like it.
I like it too. I don't know enough about the TurboGrafx. Are there games that stick out?
There's like one that comes in like a white box, or like 2 or 3 that come in a white box that make it stand out a little bit. It's mostly pretty samey.
All right. I like it, and I like it more. This is getting like that bonus bump because seeing complete in box TurboGrafx games is like, oh, someone who actually got the boxes, huh? I'm going like 4. I think TurboGrafx games look dope. And that's not purely on aesthetics. It's definitely some of it is like, oh, we got a high roller over here.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. 4. Let's talk about the quality, though.
Man, okay.
They are cheap-ass
goodbye,
boxes.
TurboGrafx.
So I think the standard case, like the jewel case in there, protects it a little bit, and it's got like foam. It's got stuff going
Fuck
on.
off! It's got this stupid plastic tab that holds the hue card in, and like that tab can snap off, and nothing about that case is replaceable. And it's got a sticker that goes across the back of the jewel case, and it's going over like air, so you get the stupid kids who like press through the sticker. Oh, what a pain in the ass! And you can't replace anything on that.
No, it's very hard.
All the boxes got thrown out because they give you a perfectly good jewel case, but they give you a giant box, an inconvenient giant box to go with it. So everyone threw out the boxes.
It's not perfectly good jewel case. Somehow it's a worse jewel case than all the other jewel cases that exist in the world. Yeah. They even fucked up the jewel case.
I'm not going to a 1, but man,
You're going
it is
to a
no
2.
higher than a 2.
Okay, but when you get the plastic tray in there, it's going to a 1.
Oh, because it doesn't even have the
jewel case.
All right.
So everything, like, then the U card is just like, I mean, maybe it's, maybe not, because maybe like now it's just rattling around, but you don't have any of the jewel case problems. But I just feel like that's such a cheap out move too, just to throw it in the plastic tray and the manual's just kind of floating around.
Yeah, fuck it, make it a 1. I never pick up a TurboGrafx box. I only have 2, I think, and they're the worst.
Okay, so this is a thing. I like the way they look on a shelf, but the size is a little awkward.
It is a very awkward size. They're like too big.
They're like too big, like too tall, too wide. The proportions just aren't quite there.
And like they're thin too. Like I should like them, but I don't. It got the opposite of what's something we just really like the size. Did you like the GBA Japanese box?
Like the PS3 case, we really like the size.
Yeah, those are pretty great. And it's probably not that far off from that too, but just because it's cardboard, it feels too thin and weird. Like something that thin shouldn't be that big. I think that's really the problem.
Yeah.
What are you at? Yeah, so I'm going 2 here for size.
Yep, I'm gonna go 2 as well. Art. It's not good. Some of it's fine. The layout is like weird.
It's not good. It is more exciting to see the colors on the side of the case than the box art.
Yeah, this is hard, right? Like,
Let me bring up some TurboGrafx box art, some excellent podcast content. Oh yeah, so they've got the Bomberman guy, Bravo Man. There's a bunch of bad art. That New Adventure Island's good, but that is not the standard. Man, Bonk's Adventure is terrible and awkward and weird. Ninja Spirit's a little bit weird. Dungeon Explorer should have like the coolest goddamn fantasy art ever, and it's the worst, and all this art is like framed in these weird boxes. It's
and
not
like the
great.
TurboGrafx logo didn't need to impede on the art because they've already bordered it. Like, it's all got like these borders around it. Why did we do this?
A lot of it's hand drawn in like this like really cartoony way. The thing is, you go to PC Engine, and so much the PC Engine art is so freaking cool. Like all the shooters have like these super detailed spaceships and stuff. Am I missing that? Like Aero Fighters, not Aero Fighters.
Like Samurai Warriors is like good. Like it doesn't like suffer that, but there's
no, that it's too much of this is like too cartoony. It's just like not good.
Yeah, so I either have a problem with the layout and the bordering, or then the art, like, Yo Bro. Oh God, what monstrosity is this? Have you seen Yo Bro art?
Yes.
It's just like a teddy bear like being chomped on by like a piranha plant running over a rat in sunglasses with the like. I don't know what the fuck is happening in Yo Bro. Go look at Yo Bro if you haven't. It's the stupidest art. It's just like, yeah. Anyways.
I'll give it a 2.
2.
I'll be charitable.
I'm 2. This is a 2, and I don't feel great about it 2.
The only thing where it could be worse, it could be like photographs of real people. That's kind of the worst thing you could possibly.
There's a few sports games, like I think the golf game, and heavyweight boxing, or real champion boxing. All right, Game Gear. We forgot Game Gear. We left it in the portable abyss. Shelf appeal.
4? They got the stupid hang tabs. 3. You'll always see those stupid hang tabs.
Yep. They're floppy, at least, I guess.
Like they're a little bit, yeah.
Not good. I also don't like the color of them. It's not even that I don't.
So it gets awkward. It's definitely a 3 for me because I see any collection of Game Gear. It's like, oh, you got some Game Gear complete in box. What do we?
Sometimes they're foily, sometimes they're not. At least they're all the same size.
The only people who collect Game Gear are the people who are done. Like they finished collecting everything else they wanted to collect in life, and now they're like, I just want the hardest thing possible. Hit me up with some Game Gear.
Game Gear is weird. I don't understand Game Gear. Let's talk about quality though, because like we're both at a 3 here. It's fine. It's fine. I can't. It's like not good, not bad. It's a 3. Quality.
I don't know if I've touched a Game Gear box in the last 10 years, so I'm just gonna go with whatever you say.
Okay. So I think the boxes like stand up pretty well. Actually, they feel okay. Well, maybe like trending a little thin, but like okay. The problem for me is how does it protect the contents? The manual is like a little big for the box. The bathtub it's either got like this cardboard bathtub that the game sits in or a stupid plastic tray. I hate this thing. I'm at like a 2. Also, it's got a hang tab. Anything that has a hang tab loses points.
Yes.
That's right. It's just like people are like, why? For quality, because the fucking thing tears off, man. You just can't do anything with this. Size. It's awkward.
So, all right. Well, it's not going to be higher than a
awkward.
2 because of the hang tab. Like the hang tab ruins everything in terms of the size.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a 2. And again, I go back to Vectrex. I hate Vectrex boxes. They're so big. That's like the most inconvenient thing. And 3DO, which we'll get to. Those are like the most inconvenient things you could possibly own. This is a nice size, except for the hang tab, I think.
Okay. The Japanese boxes, again, we're not talking about them because I don't feel like I have enough experience with them to really rank them. But they're so much better.
Johnny, ask me anything about Japanese Game Gear. I cannot picture a Japanese Game Gear game.
Oh, no? Oh,
no,
man.
Johnny, I hate the Game Gear. It's like my least favorite console.
Let me ask you.
Oh, it's like a Master System, but it runs out of batteries in an hour. Oh, that's a really fun console you made for me.
Let me ask you this. Does it have a hang tab? Sure doesn't.
Sounds pretty great.
You know what? You would probably love a Japanese Game Gear box.
Yeah, because Japan isn't like... Japan actually likes small things. They think they're like cute and awesome. And in America, it's like, big box PC games are coolest. Yeah, so Japanese Game Gear games are basically the same size as Japanese Game Boy games.
Well, I mean, just look. I sent you a link. Just go look at this one. You're going to love this little Sonic art. It's an adorable box. They just do like, we're not ranking this because, again, don't have enough experience. But, man, regular Game Gear art, though, how do you feel about it?
It's not good. So... Johnny, I like
borders everywhere.
The bold stances that Sega sometimes takes, like with the Sega CD being all blue. Purple is my favorite color, but it's really purple. And then they got to put like some regular console box art on it, and they just scale it down. It's not great.
Sometimes it's like purple, sometimes it's pink. I didn't know purple was your favorite color.
I love me some purple, Johnny. It's the
purple and orange,
color.
my favorite colors.
What?
Yeah, look at us. Yeah, like my luggage is even purple.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, love purple.
Wish Patagonia would stock some purple shirts, but...
Man, tell me about it. Anyways, yeah, I'm at like a 2.
Yeah, all right, I'm there with you.
Okay. Now, you can go look at that little post I sent you and look how cute that Japanese Sonic is.
It's all right. It's a little busy. It's cute box.
I mean, but it's a cute box. Like, the format, like... how small it is, delightful. DS. This is like the PS3 to portable cases. Like this is just like
yeah,
firm, good size.
No, this is like the jewel case of cases, I think.
Sure, it's really good.
It is really good. In fact, I think it has most of the advantages of a jewel case, but it's like a little bit thicker, so it's easier to read, and it can show a little bit more personality.
Yeah. Yeah, really hard to go wrong with the DS case.
I am I guess the only problem is, one, they all got thrown out. Two, the white sometimes gets a little bit like yellow, and you gotta pick your cases because a lot of stupid kids owned these.
It's true.
The white bar. I don't know how I feel about the white bar, but I do love a DS
white
case,
bar,
Johnny.
Hey, look, you know how I feel about sideways art, so it takes it down for me there in the art, but this is just shelf appeal. No,
I'm talking the self appeal, like a quarter at the top is just Nintendo DS. It's very consistent, which is nice. I don't know. Yeah. I'm between a 4 and a 5. I'm probably gonna go 4.
Yeah, I think a 4. It is still a little small, but it's very good. Like, it's not... 4 is a great score for me. Like, if you get a 4, that's, like, really good. Quality. How do we feel about the quality? Like, these things are... Yeah, these are great. Like sometimes
5, like, I don't know if you can make a plastic case that's better. Like, I mean, maybe it's not the most durable thing in the world, but, man, I love a Nintendo DS case.
It's not the Eco cases yet. There's just, like, the regular solid case. Really good. Size.
My favorite part about the DS case, like, so, like, you stick a Sega Genesis cartridge into a case, and it always feels like you're, like, fighting the case to get it in. And, like, man, those DS games, they just click in. Oh, it is so nice. Whoever made the tolerances on that, oh, chef's kiss. And then they got the GBA cartridge slot on the top of the case to give it more structural rigidity. Oh, it's so nice, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, this is X Factor, that satisfying click when you put the game in and take it out. And the fact that it has a GBA slot in there, great.
So good. Size is obviously a 5. It's perfect. I normally complain that the case is so much bigger than the media, but this is kind of as small as you would want a case, because otherwise it might be too small. Like, maybe the PlayStation Vita is a little bit too small.
Yeah, maybe. Let's talk about the art, though, because the stupid borders, man. Like, stop making me read things sideways. Am I the only person who hates this when, like, words are 2 different ways on a case?
I mean, I guess. I mean, DS has some nice box art.
It can be nice.
Because the thing with DS, and I think this is probably why I feel differently about DS than, like, DVD cases, how we rated the entire thing. There are so many Japanese games on DS, and they just tend to have better art than American games. Like a RPG is going to have better art than a first-person shooter. It just is. But then they also get, like, a lot of photographs, because it's DS.
I also feel like the art is too big for the case. Like they tended towards like, so like I feel like the art is bloated for some reason, like just too big for what it is. Like everything, like they could have made it smaller, but they're trying to make it big so people like really see it. So like whatever the art direction was, it was like whatever you just drew, make it bigger.
I don't know. You're talking crazy. It could be because it's getting late here, but I have no idea how you could think that the art is too big on this tiny little DS case.
I just mean for like the image, like if they draw a character, I feel like the character is too big for like the ratio. Like like it's just the scale of the art feels off to me.
I disagree.
It's not bad art.
I think it's great. I think the characters look great. I don't know what games you're looking at where the characters are too big, but we need to get through this list so I can go to bed.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm going like a 3 on these because I love them, except there are a lot of like photographs, which are the worst thing ever.
Well, I was at a 3 too, so all right, we agree.
We got a 4.25. That is by far one of the best cases we've rated. We love the DS case.
Okay, now let's talk about the 3DS case. It's got like same shelf appeal, 4, or you go worse because it's a little thinner.
No, I like it, and I like that it's thinner. I don't like that they... So the fact that it doesn't have the GVA slot hurts me because it doesn't feel quite as nice.
Yeah, but what is the shelf appeal?
I mean, like, I don't like... I'm not like a 3DS guy, but is it... What did I give DS? Did I give it a 4?
4.
Yeah, let's go with the 4 again.
All right. Quality is worse though because these are all mostly eco cases and they feel bad. So like, it goes down to a 3 for me.
Yeah, it's a 2 or 3. Like they feel like sturdy in every direction except the direction you actually hold them in, right?
Yeah, like in the middle, like you're trying to pull the game out and it's just like, man, why? And some of them are like they've got like these checkerboard patterns, so it's not quite as bad.
Fuck,
but sometimes
John,
you get like
I'm giving it a
press
2.
holes.
I fucking hate eco cases.
Yeah.
We need to tax the billionaires for the sole purpose of not having eco cases anymore.
Size, this is not, for some reason, the size and proportion, like that being a little thinner and a little lighter throws it off for me. So it's not bad. I still like the size, but it's like a 4 for me instead of a 5.
All right. I'm going to go 4 too, because you're right. There is... I think I just don't like that they changed it from the DS. If DS started at the 3DS thing, I'd be like, oh, Chef's Kiss, perfect, wonderful. I just don't like that they changed it.
I think the art is the same though, 3.
Yeah, sure. Same for the art. I generally would like a thinner case. I don't know why I don't on the 3DS, whatever.
Because it's cheap. It feels cheap because it gets bendy. It's not that it's thin, like it is thinner, but it's like it wasn't made in a thinner, sturdier way. Like if it was a solid sheet of plastic instead of like those, squares cut out, you would like it. But it's like that they just cheaped out, not like eco-friendly, cheaped out, whatever. Eco-friendly sounds like a way that they could sell you cheap, thin water bottles and they're like, look, we're saving the environment. It's like, no, you're not.
Yeah.
Neo Geo.
So AES.
AES, yes.
The console everybody collects, so we all know about the shelf appeal of a Neo Geo.
I mean, you get that baller status.
You do get the baller status. It definitely gets a bump up for that. I feel like Neo Geo games are so expensive that a lot of people show them face outward. Because a lot of people, if you collect Neo Geo, you've got like less than 10 games a lot of the time. Or if you don't have that, you're the guy who has every single Neo Geo game because you're not even listening to this podcast because we don't talk about Neo Geo enough.
No, they're consistently sized. I think for the most part.
They
Again,
are.
Well, it's like pretty good. You had a 4 or 5?
I'm not at a 5. I don't think that the box is
too chunky.
They do got the swag, but
too chunky.
No, they're chunky. They got like the Neo Geo logo and the Mega Power on them, and
yeah. Which
they do look logo. Nice when you have fucking 90 of them like this photo though. God damn.
That blue yellow though is like pretty ugly.
All right, I'll go with 4. I mean, what am I going to complain about these? It's almost like big box PC, but they're all perfectly consistent. It's just like some of the logos and stuff are a little bit ugly. Yeah.
Maybe we have some Neo Geo bias too. Quality. Like
Like
a hard plastic case. It's like
5. I mean, like everybody loves Neo Geo shock boxes. That's kind of their thing. And like the cartridge takes up the entire case. So there's no, basically all the quality is that there is, all the problems with quality for every case ever is that there is air or missing plastic where there should be something. And this is full of like a giant plastic cartridge with a giant PCB inside of it. So how much is there to really complain about?
all right. Let's just give it a 5 and move on with our life.
Yep.
Size. These are big boys. Is it pleasantly big?
I think there is. So Neo Geo cartridges are so ridiculous that there is something. It's got X factor. It's not just too big. So I'm gonna go with a 4. Like honestly, like a lot of people would be a 5. They just like how big Neo Geo cartridges are.
Okay, let's talk about art.
I don't know some of the more obscure games, but obviously when you think of games like
Slugs.
Metal Slug, it's wonderful. Fatal Fury may be less wonderful, but also delightful.
A lot of them have like that silver bordering on it. It's like, it's not terrible. Like it's all very like Japanese focused art too, which is sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Why do so many of them have borders?
I don't know.
They're like fucking it up. Like these could be like really good.
Where big box PC excels, these do not for some reason.
Fatal Fury.
I'm at like a 3.
Pretty good. Yeah, I'll go with a 3. Yeah, they fuck up their amazing art by putting borders around it too much. I don't know why they did that.
I don't know either.
They didn't always do that, but a lot of times they did.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Something goes wrong, and I don't know why. Let's talk about the Sony PSP. We're almost there, guys. It sounds like we're bored. I'm not, because I love ranking things, but I know Tyler needs to go to bed.
Yeah, it's 5:30.
Yeah.
Shelf appeal. I don't like PSP doesn't do a lot for me, Johnny. But they like the size is really nice. Maybe a 3 for me.
Okay.
They kind of sink into almost any shelf they go into just because they're
problem.
so they're thin. Yeah.
Yep. Quality of the case pretty good though. It's a sturdy little case.
Pretty good. Sony knows what they're doing. I'm gonna go with 4 on this.
Sure.
It's also got like the nice tabs that the DVD cases have. UMDs would get like a 1. UMDs are the worst thing in the world. So
yes,
I don't know. I can't really factor that into the case. The case had to hold something, but all right.
Yeah, I do find the manuals get a little floppy. They get some of that bend in them for some reason. I don't know why that is, but yeah. But yeah, I like 4. Size. Do you like the size of these cases? I find them to be awkward.
They're
They
too
don't
thin.
fit anywhere.
I like them like in theory, like they have X factor, they have like a little bit of delight going on, but then like putting them on a shelf, it's like, do I double stack these or like what do I do with these?
I put them on their side? Do I stand them up?
Yeah. So maybe like a 3. Like I feel like I should like them more.
Yeah, same. Art is, come on. Just like, it's like the borders at the top, so it's like going the right way. There's like, it's like fine. Like,
I'm the 3, maybe even a 4. I think I could think of a lot of standout PSP games with art, but I don't know. I'm thinking of like Japanese games. Like Lumines looks like great. Like Wipeout looks great. I'll just put a 3. I'm not going to think about PSP art too much. Let's just get this list over with.
No, I think it's generally pretty good. Like, yeah, I'd probably be at 3.5.
Man, those Final Fantasy covers. Oh, the best Final Fantasy boxes they've ever made.
All right, we're almost done, Tyler. PS Vita. These have like no shelf appeal to me at all. They're too small. They sink in. The blue isn't as pleasing as I want it to be. It's hard to read. Like everything goes wrong here for the Vita for me. I think if you have like specially designed shelves that are very thin, I think you can make a good display out of these. But if you're just dealing with out of the box stuff, like this is hard. This is a 2 for me.
I'm going to 1. It's so hard to make them look good because they're too small. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, almost if you're a video game collector because you're collecting PlayStation Vita, like you're gonna have these next to like DVD case size things. It's a problem no matter what you do with them.
How do we feel about the quality? The boxes are like small, but they're like pretty firm. Like there's nothing going on. Half the time it doesn't have a manual it has to protect.
It's so insubstantial. I don't know what to say about it. Is it just a 4? Is it just a DVD case?
Yeah, it's just like a 4. Like I can't like really fault it, but I can't be excited about it. Size, dude, a 2. Get out of here with your tiny ass case.
When this came out, because I'm always complaining that shit's too big. And these came out, and I thought I was going to love them. Like, look at how small these cases are. They're finally doing the thing. They're bringing us these delightful tiny cases. And I just don't like them. I don't know why. I should. I'm a giant hypocrite, but yeah, I'm also with you. I'm on a 2.
Art, it's fine. Like a 3. It's all like visual novels.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. We failed to talk about the Nintendo Switch, so you want to talk about the Nintendo Switch?
I guess. Can we skip the CDI at least?
Yeah, we can skip CDI.
All right. Nintendo Switch, Johnny. Shelf appeal.
I want to like them. Like, I think the red is like a standout color when it's all consistent.
So there's a major problem is that we're in the era of collector's editions, and people who collect Switch collect everything, and they will have like 10 to 20 special editions in there too.
Yep. So it messes it all up. If you just have the cases, I think it goes a lot further, but it is a little thin, right? So it's a little hard to read. So the shelf appeal for me is really sitting at like a 3 because you get that like, whoa, it's a lot of Nintendo games, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 3 as well. I think it is a novelty how many effing Switch games every Switch collector has. Because, like, you think of an NES collector, like, all right, like an average NES collector might have like 200 games sitting on their shelf. And then you look at the Switch collectors and people are just like, yeah, I've got 867 Switch games. They've got these gigantic shelves of these games that are like less than 10 years old. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's
they
crazy.
go so hard.
Let's talk about the quality. The fine, right?
It's like an eco case, but it's so thin that like you immediately hit the cartridge.
Yep.
3, like I don't hate them, but like I also 3 feels generous. It's like a 2.5.
I'm airing a 3 because like I just a fanboyism. What do you want?
All right, 3. Yeah, fine. I'm there with you. It at least doesn't have the cutouts. At least it's a consistently shitty plastic and not like the cutout 3D plastic.
So, size. They're awkward. They're awkward the way the PSP is awkward, but not quite as bad. Better than a Vita game, but not good.
I hate it because not only does it have such small media, but they don't even have a manual. So what are we doing with the big box? It feels so unnecessary.
It feels like it could just be a DS case, but they just didn't want it to be a DS case.
Because then it would imply that it's a handheld, which it is.
Yeah. Like, I hope with the Switch 2, they just go to DS cases.
They won't, because the thing is they know that in Walmart they have to be next to Xbox and PlayStation, so they can't really go too far away from the DVD things because they want to. Yeah, they want to let you know, like, oh, we're competing with them. Like, don't put us next to the Game Boy Advance. What are you talking about? This is a real console.
I know. All right.
I don't hate them. I'm going 3. Are you going 2?
I went 3.
All right.
Art.
This era does nothing for me. The
art
have anything
is
on
fine.
the front? They just have like a little box in the top.
They have that white banner at the top with a lot of them that like really uglies it up.
I mean, that's awful, but that's on relatively few games.
Yeah. It's fine.
3.
It's like a 3. Yeah, I was like,
honestly, I think like the boxes that maybe it's just the games that I'm interested in. Like, there's so many more Japanese games with like decent art compared to.
It's like the most 3 system there is right now.
All right, we're both at 3. It's fine.
It's like it's a fine thing. It's like Nintendo Switch. It's fine. All right.
It's almost like you could average up all of the previous scores from all the other consoles, because that's what they did. They took all the games from the previous consoles and just put them on Switch, so they just all turned into 3s.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about 3DO. And we're done.
Okay. 3DO shelf appeal, Johnny. Man, you get something because you have 3DO games, and I guess 3DO is pretty obscure and cool.
You're the weirdo who's out there.
Good job. I I don't like, honestly, 3 just because they're 3DO games is like, hey, like you have to set up a shelf. Like this isn't even like, oh, my television games are a little too big. 3DO games are so freaking annoying. You have to come up with like some kind of display solution for them because they're too thin to put in like a Billy bookcase. And what a nightmare these things are. But if you went and you did it, I'm giving you a 3. Good job.
You can get them on Atlantic Oscars. I've seen it done.
Yeah, what, you get like 4 rows of them across the entire thing or something?
No, it like works out.
All right.
Anyways. Yeah, it's like I'm fine with the 3. Like I think you'll also get the what is that factor? And you have to explain it, but also like some of the boxes are so tall, like yeah, it's a weird system.
So Johnny, quality, do you want a 1 or do you want a 2?
I'm going with the 2. Because it's not the worst cardboard box. It's not a Sega CD. Like I just think if you
all right. No, you're right, because even thinking about this, the ones with the stupid plastic latch on the front, like they don't fall apart in terms of like stuff peeling off like the PlayStation 1 long boxes. So I'll give them a 2. But oh my God, are these boxes way too big to hold a single CD? It is actually insane.
This is a 1 for size.
Yeah, 1. It's the worst size box of any video game console.
Yeah, it's awkward. It's like too thin. It's this is
worse
so
than
stupid.
Vectrex. Like there's nothing good about 3D. Like they thought they were being cool. Like, well, we're gonna make the most inconvenient box. Congratulations, guys, you did it.
Yeah. All right. How do you feel about the art though? I feel like the art is pretty mid on a lot of these games.
3DO game box art. I can't think of a single box art I like that's not like cribbed from the PC box art. Well, and even like the ones I like I don't know, like Star Control 2, is that like the coolest box art that's ever been made? It's got Doom, but like that's the PC box art.
I mean, but
Total
is that
Eclipse
art
kind of
good?
Cool?
But it's like, cropped and like, yeah. I just find this to be a little weird.
I'm going like a 2.
You're going a 2?
Some of that's okay. Am I just gonna go? No, there's a lot of shit ones. Like a lot of consoles don't have ones that are as shit as 3DO. So I'm going a 2. Like, man, there's a bunch of like photographs of people and like some real lazy shit.
Yeah, like who shot Johnny Rock? Not that we should like Night Trap also on this looking terrible. Like somehow they made Night Trap look worse on this thing.
Yeah.
2. And I don't feel any different about the plastic compared to the cardboard box. Do you?
I mean, no, because it's not as bad as the PS1.
Right. Okay. That's it. We did it. We just didn't rank CDI.
Fuck the CDI. No one even thinks about the CDI. Whoops, I just sorted things, Johnny. What are we doing?
Okay, you sorted things.
What the top ones aren't getting sorted because they're frozen.
Okay. Well, I'll unfreeze that. Give me a second here. You want to find a collector's question while I do this, or?
No, let's finish the episode first.
You want to sort total high to low?
You want to just give us a top 3 and a bottom 3?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Let's go at the bottom first. What do you think the worst one is if you were just thinking about it?
Probably the PlayStation 1 long boxes or the Sega CD ones, or
Sega CD cardboard and PS1 rigid.
Those are it?
Those are ones.
I'm not even looking. Oh, they're so bad.
Okay, so we got that. I was a little higher on Sega CD cardboard than you. Not a lot higher, but higher. That's a 1. Then we have a 1.25 from you within television. I'm somehow at a 1.5. Master System, a 1.5, as well as Sega CD cardboard for me. So these are our things that didn't crack a 2. Sega CD cardboard, Master System, and television, PS1 rigid cases. That's it. Terrible. But the rigid cases, I think being the worst case, hands down, with Sega CD cardboard, actually. Fuck that. Just so ugly. I hate it. Just the worst quality in any case, I think. Anyways, top case is going to surprise you, I think. You got to guess? It's not going to surprise you.
No, because I'm looking at it, but it's the Nintendo DS, Johnny.
It is the Nintendo DS with a 4.25. And you also got a 4.25 out of the NES, where I am at a 4.
I'm not overrating Nintendo. Come on.
Okay. Weirdly, Neo Geo got a 4.
Yeah, that is not even a case I even think about. I mean, like some people think about shock boxes, but it really gets up there because like it feels so hefty, and it's not indestructible because it's a PCB, but it feels so thick and heavy that it got so high in construction, and it has a lot of swag factor.
So GBA Japan got a 4 from you. Super Nintendo got a 4 from me, and NES also got a 4 from me. So these are consoles that fell in the realm of the 4s.
Johnny, did anyone listen to this whole episode?
No, and we're not even done. But we don't even have to do what you're buying, what you're playing. This one's so long, unless you want to.
No, we gotta finish the episode.
Finish the episode then. All right,
please.
I will post this in the Discord for people to fight us.
Ask the podcast.
It's in podcast.
I'm just going to do one question today. Strange asks, is there a genre of game that you loved in the past but can't get into today?
Yes. RPGs are a lot harder for me to get into today. I still like them, but I just don't have 100 hours. I don't.
Yeah, that's exactly what Strange said. He actually said that he has a hard time getting into the turn-based JRPG / menu combat.
Yeah, and I love them.
Yeah, that's no problem for me because I knew as a kid that was always bad. So I have no problem not doing that anymore. Tell me about
the games you're playing and how many hundreds of hours you have in them.
Yeah, well, they're not as boring as menu combat. It's clicking rocks. Clicking rocks is exciting. Menu combat? Ugh,
yeah. Strategizing. Who wants it?
Yeah, first-person shooters for me is probably the biggest one. I played like from Wolfenstein 3D up until Xbox 360. It was like by far my favorite genre, and I don't play them at all anymore. I mean, some like obviously like I go over the moon about Cruelty Squad, but like I feel like I've played so many first-person shooters that I've seen everything, dude. Like what does what could a Call of Duty game possibly show me? I played all of them as they were coming out up through like Black Ops 2, from like Call of Duty 1 through Black Ops 2. Like what could it show me that I haven't seen before? I just don't think that there's enough exciting about it. It's kind of the same thing with action movies. Like I've seen every 80s and 90s action movie, and now when I see action movies, it's like they're big spectacles. I get it. There's only so much more that excites me.
Yeah, also I don't have time for first-person shooters the way I want to anymore.
You just don't have time. You're the doesn't have time for anything guy. You're just that guy. Never wastes 5 hours talking about video game boxes. You just don't got time for things.
That's true. All right. Thanks for the question, Strange.
Johnny, what are you buying? What are you playing?
Tyler, I bought a lot of dumb stuff. Do you want to hear about some of the dumb stuff I bought?
Tell me some of the dumb stuff.
What systems, if you had to guess, would you say I was least likely to buy for of things I've actually collected? Like, not like,
Atari
you bought a Neo
400.
Geo.
No, or PlayStation, or I mean Nintendo Wii or PlayStation Vita, because I know you don't want to collect those.
Well, I have full sets of those, so I don't need to collect those.
Oh, you finished those? Okay, never mind.
Yeah. I mean, I have full sets of these two. We don't need to drag it out. But I bought a graded Dracula for the Sega CD, which you actually know that I bought that. I bought
version 2.0.
Version 2.0.
Late print variant. Oh.
Yeah, so I did not buy it because it was graded. I bought it because it was the only one available and I wanted one, so that was it. I bought it.
It was cheap. Like Dracula is a cheap game sealed. Like that's a game that's available in new old stock, but you got the cool variant sealed. So
yes.
Ooh.
Well, which is weird too, because I bought 2 Draculas within the span of 2 weeks. Because remember that the one with the panic case was a Dracula as well.
Yeah. You just
I bought this.
I mean that's on brand for you. So
yeah, it's also a Halloween game. Anyways, yeah, I paid basically maybe a little more than the price of grading, I guess. So it wasn't a terrible price, but $150 is what I paid for anyone who's like, God, Johnny's buying graded games now. Nope, this is what I spent for a weird Sega CD variant because I just, as discussed in the episode, really like Sega CD, even if it doesn't get all my attention and love anymore. I also bought an N64 game. Tyler, are you familiar with Army Men Sarge's Heroes?
I was positive you were about to say a Rayman variant, but what? You bought Sarge's Heroes? What variant is there of that, Johnny?
So it's not even a variant. I think they all have this stupid keychain in them. So I bought the keychain for Sarge's Heroes.
Okay, yeah, something we all got to make sure that we have our Sarge's Heroes keychain. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so it comes with a little keychain that looks like an army man and says Sarge's Heroes on it. Well, it says Army Men, Sarge's Heroes. And yeah, anyways, it came with the box and manual and had a
Is that
card
like rare and exciting, or is that just like you needed to just go get one? Like
it's just always missing the piece. And then since I published that N64 visual library, I was like, it's a big picture of it. I think a lot of people don't even realize it's in there. So I was like, I better buy it now if I want it.
I have never even heard of this.
Well,
did you buy like the one that's in eBay solds?
Probably. Well, I don't know if it's listed as the keychain. Oh yeah, it says keychain in there. So yeah, that's me. If you want to see what I bought.
Yeah. All right. I know it was you because it was best offer, and all right, it's a little Army Man keychain. Great.
Sure. Yep, that's me. I also bought an Adventure Island manual. I bought Batten Kaitos on the GameCube. Basically, I'm like,
what are you doing?
I remember improving our sets, like making them more complete. That's what I'm doing. That's
okay.
So Batten Kaitos, I didn't have the Toys R Us soundtrack that came with it, so I bought one that had the soundtrack for $40. So I was like, well, that's fine. So yeah, I bought a weird Cars variant that has like a cheat code in it. Yeah, this is what I bought. Very exciting.
Great stuff. What are you playing?
Nothing. I played Magic and Star Wars. I played card games.
You're playing a lot of card games, Johnny.
Yeah, that's all. Like the time only goes so far.
All right. Johnny, I got a sealed parappa the Rapper, which is something I've actually been looking for a while. A Japanese one, which is less available than the American ones. There's all these weird Japanese games that are just harder to get than American games. It's the first rhythm game that matters. I think Dance Aerobics might be the first rhythm game that matters, kind of, maybe in a sense, but in terms of what the rhythm game genre became, it's the first one that matters. And I wanted a Japanese one sealed. And because of the exchange rate, I feel like I got it at a very good price, under $100. That's really it. Johnny, I've been playing V Rising. Technically, my playtime's 350 hours. I probably played closer to 200 of that, and then my wife has been in the background a lot. This game is coming out officially in 3 days, and they're making you start over a new save when version 1.0 comes out.
This is the saddest thing I've ever heard. What are you talking about?
But it's a survival game. I mean, the fun part of the game is like the grind to build up your settlement or your castle is the fun part of the game. Getting to the destination and having the end game usually isn't the fun part of the game. So you know what? Being able to start that 300-hour journey over again, we're looking forward to it. We know the game a lot better now. We're going to plan some beautiful castles. We are going to play Vampire the Sims. It's going to be great.
As long as you guys have fun, I don't really care.
If it is so she can't deal with like hammer controls, so she can't build in like Minecraft or all the survival games where you build cool stuff are in first person. And this is by far the best building game, best creative building game that isn't in first person. And I know a lot of people here, they don't play PC games. You know what? It's coming out on PS5. So if you like creative building and you have a spouse that loves doing this stuff with you, we've literally put hundreds of hours in this game. If you gotta like clicking rocks too. There's a lot of clicking rocks.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So a game like this, this is, it's been like weeks. Like how long did I start playing this game? Like 3 weeks ago, and we already have like these crazy amounts of hours into it. Thinking of that, and then thinking of like how long I've gone on RuneScape stints like this. Like I've got thousands and thousands of hours in RuneScape. Like what is my life, Johnny? Like not even recently, just over the course of my life. Like I've been on benders that have been way longer than this V Rising bender.
don't ever complain about a 4-hour episode of this of this again.
Anyways. All right, Johnny, I gotta go to bed. It is
you gotta go to
late,
bed.
like
right.
For real. The birds are chirping.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that this went 4 hours of us just shouting numbers at people. Sorry, guys. I hope somebody loved this, and I hope someone wants to fight me about our ratings. But if you do, you can do it on our Discord where I'll publish this document, and you can go there by joining us on Patreon. That's patreon.com/collectorsquest. It's $4. That's how you get in the door. Anyways, that's it. Thanks so much for listening to this. If you made it through, message me that you made it through, because I don't believe you. Anyways, that's it. Hope you all had a wonderful Star Wars day and a wonderful week. We appreciate you all. Good night. Bye!